Thank you.
I wish to call this meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Welcome to the October edition of the Township of Muskoka Lakes Planning Committee meeting. Welcome to everybody here. Thank you for coming. I'm going to confirm that we have a full quorum today. Do we? Yeah, everybody's online? Yep. We have members of the Senior Management Committee are here, including the CEO, the Deputy Clerk, and the Director of Development Services and Environmental Sustainability. He's here on Zoom with us, as are other members of our staff. We advise the public about the input on the agenda through the township email. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel, and by participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and later posted online. We have a number of items in the supplementary agenda, which was published a few days ago, related to noise bylaw update, prioritization of the bylaws, and those are the two main items, but there's 4 of them. So we will deal with those as we get through. And because of that, that's where we will start our meeting today with the consent agenda. And the first person on the consent agenda is Miss Shelley Raymond. And I believe she's in the room. And Miss Raymond, you are talking about the noise bylaw update. And welcome, and you have 5 minutes. Oh, sorry. Before I do that, committee, do we have anybody with pecuniary interest on any of the topics on the agenda today? All right, seeing none, thank you. Ms. Raymond, you've got the floor, 5 minutes, and start with your name and address, please.
Shelley Raymond, 2072 Falkenberg Road, Port Carling, Ontario, POB 1JO. Good morning, Mayor and Council members. I'm writing as a concerned resident ahead of the vote proposed for the noise control bylaw. I respectfully request that this letter be included in the official record. While the intention of controlling unnecessary excessive noise is commendable, the current draft of the bylaw raises serious concerns about fairness, enforcement, and unequal treatment of residents across the zoning areas. It also creates loopholes that allow chronic industrial level noise to persist in residential adjacent areas under the guise of construction, even when no building permit has been issued and no structure has been built. The bylaw defines construction as erection, alteration, repair, or building of structure activities that require a building permit and have a defined end date. When construction occurs under a permit, the noise is temporary and ends when the work is completed. However, continuous operational noise of equipment such as a sawmill, which can exceed 120 decibels, much louder than a barking dog or shouting, is not construction. It's a business operation. Yet the bylaw, as drafted, allows such equipment to run daily without a permit, without a restriction, as though there were a temporary construction activity. This is unacceptable misinterpretation of the law and of residents' rights. Unequal protection across the zone. The bylaw differentiates between zone 1, 2, 3 properties, where residential is zone 1, they can call the police for a barking dog, yelling, or persistent human noise. These activities are subject to enforcement and the police can act quickly. But if you live near a property zoned zone 3, as I do, where industrial scale activities such as a commercial industrial sawmill operates within a few hundred feet of your home, your rights evaporate. Continuous noise, far louder than intrusive barking dogs, that starts at 6 o'clock in the morning and continues for hours, 7 days a week, including all the holidays. It's treated as permissible. This is fundamentally unjust. It appears the township enforcement powers are being applied selectively. Despite the bylaw's intent to reduce and control noise that degrades the quality and tranquility of life, township staff have reinterpreted construction so broadly that almost any activities, including industrial processing, is exempt from meaningful regulation. This interpretation allows enforcement to be manipulated to suit municipal objectives protecting business operations while degrading residents' right to quiet enjoyment. It is deeply troubling that police have the authority to intervene in minor matters such as a barking dog, but not in cases where heavy machinery produces industrial noise levels beside a home. So I'm calling for fairness and moderation. If a property is operating heavy equipment, particularly without a building permit or construction-related purpose, it should be shielded. It should not be shielded by the construction exemption. A chainsaw running at 120 decibels is not construction. An illegal sawmill operating without a permit is not construction. It's a business. A bylaw that fails to recognize this reality is not protecting the residents. If Zone 3 properties are within 800 feet, I'm just using that as an example, of residential home, the council must consider redefining zoning boundaries by updating the noise thresholds to reflect modern realities and to protect neighborhood property owners. Again, I'm calling for equal rights for all residents. It is inconsistent and unfair to enforce noise bylaws aggressively on the waterfront for the rich and in residential areas while leaving local adjacent residents unprotected. If barking dogs justify a police visit, surely a sawmill or a chainsaw running at 6 in the morning is far louder and more disruptive and warrants municipal action. But today, the municipality has still refused to enforce. In conclusion, this bylaw must reflect a balanced approach, one that respects business activities but also safeguards the health, peace, and property rights of residents. Council should amend the bylaw to ensure that industrial operations cannot masquerade as construction without permits, without timelines, without consequence. I urge you to pause before passing this bylaw in its current form. Instead, engage in a public consultation that ensures all residents, regardless of zoning, are treated fairly and respectively.
Mr. Raymond, thank you very much for keeping to your limit. Committee, do we have any questions for the delegate at this moment? This will be, of course, be remembered very carefully when we discuss the priority of the bylaw revisions.
Thank you.
Any questions, committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Committee, we have next on is Mr. Leo Longo from Airden Burles, and I believe that he is online. If we could bring him in, Mr. Longo. Yep, there we are. Good morning, Mr. Longo, and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Worship, and council members.
Mr. Longo, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Just set my watch on timer, so I'll try to stay within there. Purpose of my call is to this deputation is to discuss the staff report DSES 20.
Mr. Longo, I wonder if you could move a little closer to your microphone. It's your voice is coming across quite in a sort of a quiet and dull fashion. It's a little hard for us to pick up what you're saying.
I'll then restart the clock and speak a little louder. I hope that assists.
That will work. Thank you.
Speaking to staff report DSES 2025-035 that speaks about the prioritization of bylaw review. The purpose of the deputation is to speak in support of this report and urge council to prioritize its review of the use of public docks and ramps, which is bylaw 2003-29. I represent residential landowners at the Church Dock Road, dock and ramp, and they have been subject to what they believe is unwarranted and illegal use of the ramps, both contrary to the bylaw that you're being asked to review, and also the zoning bylaw. Up on the screen, you'll see a lot fabric map, which indicates the properties that are located by Church Dock, and it's the zoning schedule that I would ask that we turn to so that you could see that the ramp itself is zoned OS1. residential clients that I represent are the RS3 lands to the south of that and to the north of that. And I understand there's a residential use on even on the C1C zone that is shown in red. What is important for the tribunal, the council to know is that the activities that go on at this ramp involve contractors bringing bins on barges, and then rather than having a truck come pick them up and drive them away, an excavator is used to pull and drag these bins off the barges. The bins are then parked and temporarily stored on the road allowance until they are removed by the contractor. This creates noise, it creates disruption to the public dock, which is there for access to boat launch and for swimming, and it's created a situation that's intolerable. More importantly, not only is it contrary to the ramp bylaw, which does allow for commercial use, but only for at the dock, not on the public road allowance and the lands that are off the dock. Your zoning bylaw says that the zones go to the middle of any road. The zones that exist, R3, OS1, and WOS, that surround the dock, none of them permit the type of activity that's going on, which includes, I believe your bylaw enforcement officer can address this, the processing of waste. They actually use these excavators to take sometimes just raw loads of materials and pull them off with the excavator and put them into bins. And this activity is clearly contrary to your zoning bylaw. The neighbors are fed up with the behavior of one particular operator, Muskoka Steel Docks, who appears to be the offender for this. Two final points, Mr. Chairman. The Baycliff dock and ramp is in the vicinity just to the south of this area, does not have residential around it, has more area for these activities to take place, and we would urge that the bylaw review of the ramp bylaw downgrade the Milford, the Church Point docks and put more activity or just allow that activity to move to the south. And secondly, that there is a precedent for downgrading a public ramp, which was done with the Adams Landing. And we would like to ask the municipality, when they're reviewing the bylaw, to follow that precedent as it pertains to this Church Point dock. I'd be pleased to discuss this with staff as you're moving forward, but the goal is to ensure that council keep this bylaw review as a high priority, and when looking at this bylaw, focus in on Church Dock Point Road. Remember this deputation, and I hope you'll allow me to speak to you at that point when you are reviewing it, so I can detail this in with greater facts. Thank you for your attention, council.
Thank you very much, Mr. Longo. Committee, do we have any questions for Mr. Longo? Mr. Longo, as you know from our process, we will be discussing this when we get to the prioritization of the bylaw on the agenda. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Kent, we do have one question for you.
What, thank you very much. That was helpful.
Oh, no, it looks like he's gone.
Okay.
All right.
I just wanted to know whether or not bylaw had made a complaint. Has a complaint been put into bylaw on this area?
Councillor Kent, let's have that question when we discuss the priorities, because the questions were for Mr. Longo. Committee, with the other two items on the supplement. The other two items on our supplementary agenda were letters from both related to prioritization of the bylaws. The letter was from first letter was from a number of people: Paula White, Don Crawford, Carolyn Pierce, and Andrea Wilson. And the second one was from Andrea Wilson, and both of these are part of the public record. And our committee has seen these and presumably read them as well. Now, let me talk about the agenda. Two of our staff have some very important personal items this afternoon, and so we're going to adjust the agenda slightly. We're going to move item 7B. These are all there's three planning items that we're going to move to the end of the agenda. And I must apologize to any of the planners who heard about this either this morning, and so I apologize for you not knowing earlier. So 7B1, which is Salvatore, 7C1 HERRMANN, and 7D1 Kenny will all be moved to the end of the agenda so that we can ensure that the staff related to some of the other items we're dealing with will be able to attend. So with that, the first item that we will do will then be 7C2. B2, which is the BALA Bay Inn. And Ms. Crowder, I believe that is yours.
Thank you, Chair Bosomworth, and good morning, members of committee. The first applications to be heard this morning are concurrent consent applications B42, 43, 25 ML, zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2525, and official plan amendment application OPA-63 in the name of 225-3100 Ontario Limited, more commonly referred to as the BALA Bay Inn property. The subject lands are known municipally as 3063 Muskoka Road 169. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketch on page 74 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of these applications is to create one new residential lot with frontage on Muskoka Road 169 and to grant a blanket easement over the proposed severed lot in favor of the retained lot for the purpose of access. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketch on page 75 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the submitted zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone the proposed severed lot from community commercial, resort commercial, C1B, to community residential, multiple residential high density RM2. ZBA 25 also seeks zoning exemptions to permit a reduced lot frontage on the proposed retained lot and to facilitate the development of the multi-residential apartment building containing up to 79 units on the proposed severed lot. More specifically, the proposed exemptions include relief from minimum interior side yard setback for the BALA Bay Inn, minimum lot frontage for the proposed retained lot, minimum setback from the lot line abutting a street for a parking area, minimum setback from a sanitary sewage disposal site for the proposed new building, minimum number of parking spaces, maximum height for a 4-story multi-residential apartment building, and minimum setback from a lot line for a parking space. Next slide, please. The subject lands are currently located within the Urban Center Resort Commercial designation of the Township's 2023 official plan. Official plan amendment application OPA-63 has been submitted to redesignate the proposed severed lot from Urban Center Resort Commercial to Urban Center Urban Residential. The purpose and effect of this redesignation is to reflect the high density of the proposed development. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 36 days in advance of this meeting, and 11 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, stating no objection to the applications, but noting that spatial separation considerations between the existing BALA Bay Inn and the proposed building will be reviewed at the time of building permit application. Comments were received from Chriselle Story, the Township's Land and Agreements Coordinator, stating no objection to the applications. Comments were received from Matt Veach, the Township's Development and Engineering Coordinator, stating that severance approval should be subject to confirmation by the Operational Services Department of availability of entrance permits for proposed access onto township roadways. Proposed access is required to achieve adequate sight lines and meet the required township standards. Civic addressing changes may be required if this application is approved. If required, address changes should be completed at no cost to the township and to the satisfaction of the township's Operational Services Department. A satisfactory stormwater management report is required to be completed. Complete review of the detailed design will occur during the site plan stage should the current amendments and consent be approved. Please note that the detailed design may be subject to changes following further review of submitted materials. Comments were received from Brian Murrell, the Township's Fire Chief. Respecting Exemption A, the Fire Department would be opposed to any relief related to the side yard setback, primarily since there is an emergency escape that is located on the building on the retained lot, and this requires protection that will require fire apparatus access. This existing emergency escape is 1 meter wide, 3 feet, thus making the side yard setback even less. This escape is a required item for the building occupants and must be in place for the occupancy to continue. Secondly, the west face of the building is required to be accessible for firefighting, as this is part of the fire route. Any reduction in the side yard setback will reduce the 6-meter lane clearance required for the fire route. It has been found that periods of 21 minutes usually can elapse between the outbreak of a fire in a building to prevent spread from thermal radiation. The setback distance is an important safety requirement. Respecting Exemption B, the Fire Department would request that the second access off Muskoka Road 169, the westerly, be maintained or an agreement created to maintain this access off the roadway to allow for the fire route providing service to the retained lot building. Should this access be removed, the fire route would fall out of compliance with length and require a hammerhead turnaround. Respecting Exemption E, the Fire Department has noted challenges with inadequate parking in this area. The public parking that is currently available is frequently overwhelmed when a nearby event center hosts large public gatherings, causing vehicles to park in lanes reserved for moving traffic. Consequently, this haphazard parking has caused issues with fire response through this area, causing a choke point on a main traffic corridor. Fire Department would request that no relief be provided for parking. Respecting Exemption F, the Fire Department would be opposed to any relief for the height of this type of building, as the Fire Department does not have a ladder truck capable of ensuring the stream from the elevated device has reached to perform suppression and ladder capable of performing rescue over 3 stories. NFPA Fire Protection Handbook, 20th edition, cited the following apparatus response for each designated condition. A medium hazard occupancy apartment requires 1 ladder truck. A high hazard occupancy, such as a nursing home high-rise building, requires 2 ladder trucks. Due to the proposed inclusion of seniors' living quarters in the occupancy and the size of the building, the Fire Department would require a ladder truck to respond within the first 20 minutes. Comments were received from Sarah Campbell, planner for the District Municipality of Muskoka, stating that district staff would not be opposed to the approval of the applications, provided that the appropriate development control techniques are used to implement the recommendations of the scoped environmental report prepared by Beacon Environmental, dated April 16, 2025, and the recommendations of the noise impact assessment prepared by J.E. Coulter Associates Limited, dated April 16, 2025. District staff further recommend that the draft zoning bylaw amendment be amended to include a holding provision. Removal of the holding symbol should only be considered once the following provisions have been satisfied. First, a functional servicing report has been submitted to the satisfaction of the District Municipality of Muskoka. Second, that hydraulic modeling be completed and results incorporated into the functional servicing report to the satisfaction of the District Municipality of Muskoka. Third, that the transportation impact brief prepared by Tatham Engineering, dated March 10th, 2025, be peer-reviewed by a third-party consultant. And fourth, the applicant enter into an agreement with the District Municipality of Muskoka respecting the provision of municipal water and sewer services and related capacity allocation, including the provision of securities if necessary. District staff also recommend that the provisional consent approval include the following condition: that the applicant obtain written confirmation from the District of Muskoka that an entrance permit can be issued for access onto the district road. Comments were received from the Canadian Pacific Kansas City Railway, stating that any proposed residential development in proximity to the railway must meet the requirements of the 2013 proximity guidelines, and that it is incumbent on the developer to ensure these guidelines are met. Further, recommendations that the following condition be inserted in all property and tenancy agreements are on future offers of purchase or sale for all units in the proposed building. CPKC and or its assigns or successors in interest has or have a railway right-of-way and or yard located adjacent to the subject lands hereof, with operations conducted 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including the shunting of trains and the idling of locomotives. There may be alterations to or expansions of the railway facilities and or operations in the future, which alterations or expansions may affect the living environment of the residents in the vicinity. Notwithstanding the inclusion of any noise and or vibration attenuating measures in the design of the development and individual dwellings, CPKC will not be responsible for complaints or claims arising from the use of its facilities and or its operations on, over, or under the aforesaid right-of-way and or yard. Comments were received from the Land Use Planning Department for Hydro 1, stating no comments or concerns at this time. And lastly, 4 letters of support came in this morning from John Crowley, Mason Lapsker, Ryan Feldman, and Rob Clark. These comments are available to be read in full at the request of committee. Next slide, please. The Township of Muskoka Lakes has a Community Improvement Plan, or CIP, for the urban centers of BALA and Port Carling. A CIP is a planning tool to support strategic community investment priorities. A CIP provides a framework for public investment opportunities in the public realm and the provision of incentive programs to assist the private sector to stimulate redevelopment and to facilitate property improvements. The CIP identifies 2 locations as possibilities for long-term intensification in BALA, one of which is the BALA Bay Inn property. The subject lands are noted as a possible site for infill or redevelopment to accommodate additional housing, including affordable housing. A future staff report will more closely compare the proposed plans to those envisioned through the CIP, including a review of the conceptual organization plan as shown on the screen and against the urban design guidelines developed in the CIP. Next slide, please. A total of 7 studies have been submitted in support of the applications, including a planning justification report, a functional servicing report, a heritage impact assessment, a noise impact assessment, a parking justification study, a scoped environmental impact report, and a transportation impact brief. The submitted studies, supporting studies related to engineering, are currently being reviewed by the Township's Operational Services Department. This includes the functional servicing report and the traffic impact brief. Given the considerable scope of the proposal and the identified features, including heritage, environmental, railway, etc., staff recommend that the submitted heritage evaluation report, noise impact assessment, and scoped environmental impact assessment be peer-reviewed. Prior to the applications returning to Planning Committee, it would be staff's expectation that these peer reviews would be completed to the satisfaction of the Township by a qualified third-party consultant. Through staff's initial review of the parking justification report, it has been noted that barrier-free parking has not been considered as part of the proposal. Staff recommend that this be reviewed and the study amended to reflect this consideration. Next slide, please. When reviewing the submitted site plan, staff noticed through a comparison of available mapping that the extent and location of Musquash Road relative to the subject lands appeared to be inaccurately represented. Upon flagging this to the applicant, a revised sketch has been provided by the applicant which shows an amended extent and location of Musquash Road. The revised site plan indicates an actual frontage of 89 feet rather than the previous indication of 312 feet of frontage. It appears that the proposed entrance off of Musquash Road is proposed to traverse lands that are not owned by the applicant. This has been flagged for the applicant and discussions are ongoing between staff and the applicant on this matter. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that decisions on official plan amendment application OPA 63, zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 25/25, and consent applications B 42, 43, 25 ML be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received, and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to providing a recommendation to Planning Committee on the applications. And that, as part of the deferral, the following items be completed/provided. First, peer reviews by a qualified third-party consultant to the satisfaction of the township of the following submitted documents. Heritage Impact Assessment prepared by T-Squared Design Studio, Inc. and dated April 15th, 2025. The Noise Impact Study prepared by J.E. Coulter Associates Limited and dated April 16th, 2025. And the Scoped Environmental Impact Report prepared by Beacon Environmental and dated April 16th, 2025. And second, peer review by a qualified third-party consultant to the satisfaction of the District Municipality of Muskoka of the Transportation Impact Brief prepared by Tatham Engineering and dated March 10th, 2025. Third, that revised plans be submitted which show the accurate extent and location of Musquash Road relative to the subject lands, which we have since received that updated sketch from the applicant. And fourth, that the parking justification report be amended to address considerations related to barrier-free parking. Staff have no further comments at this time, but are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Crowder. A very fulsome report. I believe the applicant's agent is Mr. Soya. Welcome back, Mr. Soya.
Sure. Morning.
I don't think so. Try it now.
There we go. Is that on? Yes.
Yeah, that's on. And you know I think you know the regime. Name,
Thank you.
address in 5 minutes.
Yeah. My name is Sam Soya. I'm a senior planner with Tulloch at 80 Main Street West in Huntsville, postal code P1H1W9. And I'm representing the applicants for these applications. Thank you to staff for your detailed overview of the proposal and in the report, and also today's introduction. I'll try not to repeat the information that's already been presented. I'd like to take the opportunity to mention that the overall proposal conforms with the township's vision policies for BALA. It aims to provide focused growth within the BALA urban center, thereby promoting efficient use of existing services and strengthening the local economy and the greater community. The proposal also embraces BALA's community improvement plan, which specifically identifies the BALA Bay Inn property as one of only 2 large key intensification opportunities in BALA. It identifies the underutilized portion of the property as offering an excellent opportunity for residential development. In this regard, these applications offer a significant step towards improving Muskoka's housing supply, offering a mix of dwelling unit sizes, all within walking distance of BALA's community services, amenities, and employment opportunities throughout BALA. At the same time, the community improvement plan encourages the preservation of the historic BALA Bay Inn. In this regard, the proposal is aiming to achieve long-term preservation and viability of the inn, which only recently reopened, bringing renewed investment to BALA and the township. Significant work has been completed in preparing these applications and following a number of really constructive pre-consultation meetings with township staff and district staff over the last couple of years. A team of professionals has been involved, as Emily has pointed out, to complete a detailed and comprehensive technical review of the proposed of the proposal from various technical perspectives. And Ms. Crowder mentioned those in her presentation. These reports demonstrate that the site is well suited for the proposed development and that any potential impacts can be appropriately and effectively mitigated. We have no concerns with the district's recommendation to have the zoning bylaw amendment approval include a holding provision that would require the peer review of the transportation impact brief in the future. and also to ensure detailed design servicing considerations are satisfied after the detailed design has been completed. Given the considerable effort and professional review that has gone into the technical reports, and in consideration that detailed design will only be completed after the proposed land use designation and use have been considered through these applications, we do feel that having peer reviews completed at this time would be premature. We would therefore ask that committee consider requiring any reviews that are felt to be considered necessary at the site plan control stage, or as part of the holding provision, similar to the district's recommendation for the peer review of the transportation impact brief. As is stated in the staff report, operational services have also indicated that the complete review be completed after detailed design at the site plan control stage, similar to the district's approach. With regards to the feedback received from emergency services, Mr. Knight has reached out to Chief Morrell to discuss concerns with the aim of adequately addressing them prior to the subsequent committee meeting, as recommended by staff. This proposed building is to be sprinklered, and we will be discussing opportunities for ensuring that those fire response requirements are implemented and addressed through detailed design, site plan, and shared facilities agreements. So similar to what I believe is committee is here today to listen, we are also here today to listen to feedback from the community, and we look forward to working with the township to address any concerns prior to having the applications returned to committee as soon as possible for consideration of approval. I would be happy to answer any questions from committee, as would Mr. Knight and several other members of his technical review team that are here today, in person and also online. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soya. I see we got a lot of people in the room. Is there anybody wishing to speak in support of this application? Do we have anybody online? Ah, very well. Come on up.
Good morning.
Welcome. Your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Diane Davidson.
We have to make sure that mic is on.
Diane Davidson, 1020 Windsor Drive, Box 19 in BALA. And I am a neighbor of the BALA Bay Inn property, and I'm here to speak in support of it for a lot of reasons that have already been mentioned. BALA is a growing community. We've got lots of young families moving into town these days. You just have to drive around our streets between about 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. in the morning and see the masses of kids waiting for the school bus. We have had in recent years a number of businesses invest in our community. Businesses are buying land and buildings and operating year-round businesses. I think that this is a good fit. Attainable housing, everybody talks about. I don't know if there's been an actual firm definition of attainable housing, affordable housing, whatever. But there's definitely an indication that young families, and I'll say young retirees, are looking for some place in Muskoka to reside on a permanent basis and have lots of amenities within walking distance. So I think it's a good fit. I do have a question, and I'm not sure who I should direct it to. Does the township have a fire truck capacities to properly look after the Red Leaves development? That didn't, okay. That's all I have to say.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll have to get back to you on the answer on your question. We don't have the fire chief with us here today. Oh, he is here. Yes. Okay. Quick answer. Chief Morale. Yeah. Chief Morale.
Yeah, through you to committee, no, we do not have an aerial device that we had placed in the comments. So we do not have one at all for the entire township. Thank you.
It's a little off track, but let's try it. Councillor Zavitz.
Oh, thank you, and through you to the chief. But Gravenhurst does, correct?
Correct, Gravenhurst does. However, I should offer the caveat.
Just wondering what the impacts of that are to BALA.
When you look at mutual aid, typically in the mutual aid environment, you get what you want back. That has changed a little bit, but because the truck remains in Gravenhurst and it is a Gravenhurst asset, there is a chance that they may require it at the very same moment we require it. And if that should occur, they will retain that asset.
Right. Thank you very much. Councillor Kent.
Follow up on that.
Quick one.
I thought I heard if this building were 3 floors, you could handle it without that device? Or did I not hear something like that?
Incorrect. So in the way that we look at it under a best practice guideline, we use the fire underwriters guideline and an NFPA guideline. And the 2 best practices speak to how many 3-story buildings you have. And it's not just about elevation. I know that Mr. Knight has responded to some of my queries, but just to enlighten committee, the reason you need an aerial device isn't just for the reach of the aerial device to rescue people. It's also to offer another angle of attack for firefighting downward. And it's also because the pump capacity in an aerial device is of such capacity that it allows fire flows, which are a maintained requirement. The amount of water you require to put out a building, they help you maintain that level. So it's got like 3 purposes when you look at an aerial device. And second to that, when you take a look at accesses, turning radiuses and whatnot, getting into the properties, due to the fact we do not have one currently, it's very challenging to predict what kind of accesses we can approve when we don't have an aerial device. So we'd have to go find the largest aerial device, borrow it for a day, and drive around the property and make sure it can fit, whether that's from Huntsville or from Gravenhurst.
Councillor Burry, and then that's it on the topic.
Thank you, and through you. It just all of this ties together. If the township was to buy an aerial device, Chief Merrill, do we have a place to put it? Or are we talking about building a much bigger structure? So this is all coming together. We've got a fire study going on. We as a council need to start looking at the impacts in its totality. And I'm gonna leave that question there because I think it's important. We need to understand it's not just buying $1 million aerial truck. It's probably. So I'll leave it with the chief.
Yeah. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you, Chief Morrell.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have anybody else who wishes to speak in favor of this application? Yeah, no, I got it. Does it go off?
Good morning. My name is Janie Graham. I live at 1067-3 River Street in BALA. I'm here this morning. I did send something in writing, but I will just share it this morning. We're not opposed in concept to the general development, but we do wonder if staff is aware of or have considered the development bylaws in Canmore, Alberta. I have a sister who lives out there who did share with me just recently that Canmore actually has a similar situation that we do have here in Muskoka. It's a tourism destination. They have an extreme lack of housing that's affordable for their staff. And that's really my concern today. They do have a policy, which I did share with staff called the Vital Homes Policy, which requires developers to include a certain percentage of affordable housing so that staff, people who are going to be needed to help people who live in these buildings, whether they want to have restaurants or shops or garden centers, we need staff We need housing for those kind of people. And I just wonder whether or not staff is even aware of that policy or if they would take a look at it, because I think as a district, we need to start looking at that. We have the Minette development that's happening or that's proposed. We also have the huge one in Gravenhurst. We have a couple that are going on in BALA. And if we don't figure out a way as a district to provide housing for people that we need to support these services, we're going to be in a serious problem. So I would just encourage you to think about that, take a look at it. I don't know much about it other than it does exist, but there's an awful lot going on. So that's all I had to share.
Thank you very much for that thoughtful idea. Do we have anybody else who's wishing to speak in favor? Yes, sir. Well, we'll take the neutral right now then.
Stays neutral.
Good morning. Your name and address and
Change.
Na-
My name's Robert.
yeah.
Yeah, just leave it on. My name's Robert McGavin. I live at 1041 River Street in Bala, the Roselawn Lodge. Been kind of a resident of Bala for more than or close to 4 decades. Married to Carrie Adams of Sutton, whose family built the hotel, and naturally love the community and every day grateful for what we all experience. I question an earlier comment that this project conforms with the with the vision of the council, with what the elected leadership is thinking, and the comment earlier about impacting on its totality. And in that context, wondering about going from 3 floors that's been there for a century to 4 floors. Is there a vision in the notion of a total view of the community? Is there a possibility that this may creep up to 5 floors and 6 floors? And do we want that? And is this the start of that downhill slope? That's my question. I think I'll just leave it at that to stay neutral. So that's the question I have at this particular time. I don't know who to direct it to, but I just really wonder, is this what we want? And there's a lot going on right now, and the council has some challenges ahead of it. There's a couple of building proposals on the table. If Roselawn, with twice its acreage on city water and sewer zone commercial, decides to do a 6-story event, how would that go over? This is, it may comply, it may fulfill all the requirements, but is this what we want? Does this conform to the vision of the community? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So one more ask about anybody who is either neutral or in favor of this application. Well, we'll get to questions. Yes. Yeah, very well. Come on up.
Carrie Adams, and I too live at 1041 River Street, but I own 7 acres of land directly behind the hotel and the proposed severed lot. I'm not opposed to the proposal in principle, because I do think that there's a lot of good for BALA in a project like that. I, like my husband, am a bit concerned about the height of the building. The first time it was raised with me, it was a 3-story building and conformed with the hotel, and I thought that made a lot of sense. But my real question today is, I don't understand a lot of these studies that were sent out with it, And my question is about the water, because there's a large hill, Precambrian Shield Hill, covered in trees directly behind this property. I own most of that land, but about 1.5 acres of it looks like it'll be deforested and replaced with pavement for parking with an hill road created to get to that parking area. My question is about the water. Where does all the rain go when 5-6 acres of land is covered with building or pavement? Where does the snow runoff go? I know that they looked at the sewer system and its capabilities, but is it going to go into the storm sewers? It's no longer going to sink into the ground. So that's a question that I have, is could maybe the parking be left not paved? It's a question for Greg, obviously, and his team to consider. But I'm sure that the powers that be are looking at that. But believe me, I've lived there all my life, and snow runoff and rainwater is going to be an issue. That's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Miss Crowder, I know I'm very sure you have an answer for that, but can you just perhaps address that for us?
Yes, through you, Chair. Yes, so something that we do look at when we are presented with a proposal of this kind of size and scale is the water and stormwater runoff, but also, like you said, snow, things of that nature. So a standard requirement is a stormwater management report. So that would be done by a certified engineer who would evaluate all the potential impacts of runoff, where that water would go, and any potential mitigation measures that can be introduced to ensure that that flow doesn't interrupt or cause any unwanted impacts. So a stormwater management brief is usually completed at the site plan stage of an application. That is what the township's operational services department has recommended in their comments to committee. And those recommendations are imposed through a site plan agreement. So that's an agreement that's registered on title and would include the recommendations of that study to ensure that the recommendations are implemented, and often that would involve the holding of securities. So the holding of the monies that are required to do the works that are detailed in the report. So that is the standard process. That being said, if it was a concern of committee, you could ask for that study up front. It's not the standard process, as it's usually a site plan agreement stage where we work out those kind of details, especially since, like was raised before, sometimes the specific details of a proposal will change a bit at the detailed design stage. So hopefully that helps.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, if you come back up, just a quick one.
So when that type of study is done, do they take into consideration the deforestation that will happen and therefore the impact that will have? Okay.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. Yes, that is something that is considered. Is one of the main things that's considered is the hardscaping and the removal of pervious surfaces and being replaced with impervious surfaces. So where does that water go?
Thank you. Now, do we have anybody else wishing to speak either in favor or against this application? All right. Seeing none, we'll move on to committee's questions. Committee, before I call for questions, just a reminder, we do like to learn as much as we can about this application before we read the resolution. And so if we could continue that discovery of facts through questions. Questions, of course, can have a preamble, but please don't interject opinion and debate ahead of us reading the resolution. So I open to committee. Councillor Kent, then Councillor Zappis.
Thank you. Through you to Ms. Crowder. If this, they are exceeding the maximum height, which I know we discussed in great detail when we looked at the development over on 118 at the corner of Foreman Road. That was a substantial issue with that property. And I see some similarities. if you reduced it down to 3 floors, okay, wouldn't that sort of almost in effect fix the parking issue? Like there's a whole bunch of issues that are related, but if you reduce the size of the building, a whole bunch of these other problems go away. And I was wondering if you'd give me an indication how many parking spots might be freed up and whether that has been looked at in any detail with the applicant, obviously.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, Councillor Kent. Yes, the idea that you're exploring of removing a floor from the development would in effect reduce the number of required parking spaces. The calculations of how much that would reduce haven't been done just yet. It's certainly something we can look at. But in effect, yes, I think your theory would work. Yeah, if we're looking at 4 stories, that's exactly it, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. There's so many moving parts to this that I think, to your earlier comment, we are really in a discovery phase. So I would ask more general questions now instead of more specific questions. I think as staff moves on with this, there's just, the magnitude of this. But I would ask staff at this point in time, how this file is doing in relation to provincial expectations, which have been amped up as it relates to housing. How are we doing on this file, given that, we're referring to different things that have been done back in April, and here it is October. Are we in a good time frame with this? Or are we under any pressure from the provincial government to expedite this, given that it's housing? And I'm wondering of that.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Zavitz, it's a big question. But I would say that this proposal we recognize is proposing a lot of housing for BALA and for the community as a whole, so all of Muskoka Lakes. And I think that it's a significant amount of units that's being proposed, and that is in keeping with provincial legislation as of late and to date. As far as timeframes of rushing this along or things of that effect, I would have to look at specific legislation more, but there is no necessary pressure that I'm aware of that we need to sort of approve this today. But I think it's something that we obviously want to keep moving.
Councillor Zavitz, sir, of course.
Thank you. Supplemental through you to Emily. So given that, I guess I see that, we've piled on perceptually, at least, a lot of additional requirements up to, different peer reviews. And I just wonder, what does that all do to the timing of this? Does not so much the cost of it all, obviously that adds cost, but, and I'm not trying to expedite anything. I'm just asking the question naively, if you will, what that does to the timing piece.
Ms. Crowder, and I might just add to that, the applicant has asked for a different timing for some of these peer reviews. So that's very much in line with Councillor Zavitz's question. If you could perhaps address that. We have it when we get to the resolution is requiring those. Perhaps you could talk to the flexibility of the timing of those reports.
Through you, Chair, to yourself and Councillor Zavitz, when a peer review is involved, it does prolong the approval process. That being said, it's a really important step in a development plan, and one that, given the scale and the scope and the importance of the project, is, in my opinion, required and necessary. We do have, like, for example, the environmental study has noted a wetland on the property that will be impacted by this development. So I think that we need to ensure that the proper measures are being taken so that we don't have any negative impacts, unforeseen or not, that not having these items peer reviewed could impose. So peer reviews typically can take, it varies how long a peer review process takes, but I've seen some that conclude within 2 months, which we are sort of recommending that this be deferred to gain that input from the public anyway. So those processes can be happening simultaneously and doing a more thorough evaluation of the proposed exemptions. So if this were deferred today, it wouldn't be staff's intention to bring it back next month anyway. We are looking for some time to sit with the studies, hear from the public, consider their comments, and then come back with a thorough report. The hope would be at that time that the peer reviews will have concluded. So overall, I don't know how much it would actually elongate.
Ms. Crowder, what are your thoughts about the peer reviews not being done until
Oh.
we get to site plan control?
Thank you. In certain cases that can work, depending on the study. In other cases, it's really appropriate that they happen up front. And the differentiating factor is whether the study is going to have an impact on the decision made here at this table. And it is our opinion as staff that these studies will impact at the zoning level, and therefore we've recommended that they be peer reviewed now as part of this process. Whereas, for example, something like a stormwater management study could be done at a later date.
Right, thank you very much. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you, through you to staff. I look at this application a little different because and then it also concerned me that one of the pictures that came up was from the waterfront. And in fact, they don't own that property. So I didn't want to mislead anybody by that particular picture, but that's what my point. This is not on the water. And like so many other applications we've seen, I would have looked at this application differently because in fact, we've allowed different applications to come forward, and those peer reviews meant more about the environment, like the fish habitat and that sort of thing. Yes, the environment is always going to be part of this, but this one in particular, because it's in town, it meets all of the things that we've ever talked about. And in housing, quite frankly, at the district, for me, since 2010, it meets all the requirements. And I would also agree, sometimes I find it difficult. I'm waiting to get staff answers. Why is this particular, why can't we have done things with a holding zone in place in the past, at least at district? I'm not sure why we can't look at this differently, other than what Muskoka Lakes does individually, but I will tell you the other applications that have come forward. And I'm just wondering why we couldn't be more open-minded.
Councillor Nishikawa, this is, excuse me, with respect to the timing of the peer reviews, is that really what your question is? Ms. Crowder, would you like to address that?
Through you, Chair. Just a point of clarification, it's my understanding that the waterfront portion of the lands is owned by BALA Bayan, based.
Councillor Nishikawa, if you could just wait for the answers, please.
Yeah, as outlined in the CIP and just looking at information that we have. But as far as the timing of peer reviews, a holding provision is something that can be contemplated, but a holding provision, somewhat like withholding third reading, implies a sense of approval once the study's done. And in this case, the findings of the study will really have an impact on whether staff can support this application or not. So we are of the opinion that these studies should be done up front. This property does have natural heritage features. It does have wetland features present. We do look at species at risk when we're talking about considerable deforestation, and which is the case here. And when we're looking at significant development, and of course we do have the railway right there. So it is something that the noise impact assessment, the findings would be important in staff's recommendation of whether residential development this close to the railway is safe for public, but also whether recommendations need to be implemented based on the findings of those studies.
Councillor Nishikawa, would you like a supplemental question? Thank you. Committee, any other questions?
There would be others, but I was more of a description of what barrier-free parking you're describing. Thank you. Sorry, because it has a lot of different meanings for other things.
Through
Ms.
you,
Crowder?
Chair, to Councilor Nishikawa. Yes, so the township zoning bylaw includes parking requirements for a normal space that you would see in the parking space lot, but also barrier-free parkings, which are typically your accessibility parking spaces. So they're a bit wider. They have different length and width requirements, and they provide opportunity for accessibility for all members of the public. So in the parking justification report that's been provided, calculations have been done for the normal parking spaces, but the calculations for barrier-free parking haven't been included. On the site plan, they did note a couple of barrier-free parking spaces, but based on our calculations, more than what's shown would be required, and those spaces weren't analyzed in the parking justification report. And a variance wasn't, or an exemption wasn't requested from that requirement.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you. I just wanted to make sure that there is clarity on the height of the building being recommended and the possibility of that changing over time. I think Mr. McGavin was asking some questions. I just wanted to be sure that we were all talking the same information. So is it possible to pull up the consent application sketch? Is that possible?
Can we do that?
Oh. I don't go with pages. So I just would like clarity, just so that we're all talking the same thing, that the building that is currently known as BALA Bay Inn is not going to be changed in any way, that this is simply looking at the other possible new building, and it's that building that is being recommended as 4-story. Is that correct?
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. No height changes, to my knowledge, are proposed for BALA Bay Inn. It is the proposed multi-residential building, so the building on the left there on the severed lot, that's proposed to be 4 stories in height.
And Ms. Crowder, how much higher would it be? Because, 4 stories, you can dig the first story down sometimes. How much higher would it be than the existing BALA Bay Inn?
Through you, Chair. The exact height of the BALA Bay Inn today, I don't know. So that might be a good question for our agent, but or the applicant. But the permitted height for a building in this zone that's proposed is 35 feet, and the proposed building is 46 feet. So we're talking about a difference of 11 feet.
Thank you. Councillor Mazan?
Thank you. And
Supplemental.
a supplement, I think probably 2 questions. The first is there, maybe this is the question to the applicant, is there a desire to make it 5 or 6 stories? I just think it needs to be understood, or is this the current plan?
Mr. Soya?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. No, there is no plan to increase the height. There is an exemption to permit a height of 46 feet, as Ms. Crowder has indicated, and specifically to only permit a height of 4 stories for that building.
Councillor Mazan, your second question?
Well, thank you. And through you. And then I don't know if there's possible, just maybe I'm looking at the preliminary sketches to the 4-story building that is given by T Squared. And I think my recollection historically is that sometimes that 4th floor also houses mechanical, et cetera. Are these things kind of all encompassing, or is that going to be the maximum height at 46 feet?
Mr. Soya?
So the maximum height is 46 feet. It is would be a flat roof. And I don't believe that anything would be higher than that height. I assume you're referring to maybe like machinery on the roof itself.
more just historic, we've seen other applications coming forward where there's additional kind of space on the top that's devoted more to the mechanics of the building at the top. So I was just trying to understand, and I think it's helpful, as the scale of this kind of project for people to have a visual and a true understanding of what is being contemplated. So I kind of liked the visual that was being
Everything
presented
would
here.
need to comply with zoning. So if
Right.
the approval is for 46 feet, then at detailed design, that would be the maximum height that the building could be designed for. So those aspects would need to be taken into account at that time.
Thank you.
Ms. Crowder, does the maximum height include mechanicals?
Through you, Chair. There is an exemption in the zoning bylaw, section 3.11, that speaks to height exemptions. And it states that certain features are exempt from height requirements. So anytime you permit a building of a certain height, you also should consider what could go on top of that. Things like cupolas in our waterfront situations, but ornamental structures, air conditioner ducts, things of that nature, chimneys. So whether mechanical would fall within that, we'd probably want to take a close look at what exactly is being proposed, but it may be that they fall under that kind of exemption.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. Just to clear things up. Somewhere in the report, I read it is 10.8 feet higher than the BALA Bay Inn. I just happened to see that. Will there be to the applicant's agent, will there be an elevator in that building? So then there will probably be a housing for an elevator, which is fine.
Mr. Sawyer, will it be an elevator?
It's my understanding that there will be an elevator in the building. And it is, yeah, that's correct that the building at that height would be 10.8 feet higher than the BALA Bay Inn. It is set back further from the BALA Bay Inn to mitigate some of that impact, and which is also in line with the community improvement plan, which asks for a setback from the BALA Bay Inn. But just to add to that, the height is something that does conform to the official plan policies and is supported by the community improvement plan for BALA.
Okay, supplemental.
Supplemental, yeah.
I noticed that I believe in the report for CN, they recommended air conditioning so the windows didn't open. And yet on page 288, type C, there's a provision for adding air conditioning, where type D is they're putting air conditioning in. Will all units now be air conditioned so that you don't have to open windows and doors?
Mr. Sawyer.
I believe they will be. It's my understanding that all of those recommendations in that report have been looked at and considered, and they would be implemented at the time that the recommendations from that report are implemented.
Okay, thank you very much.
And there will be a noise impact study as well, so that will help that too. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. And just if I could confirm through you to staff, the height of the exemption that was given for the Legion property. So what?
Which property?
For the Legion property on Maple Street in BALA. So we had an approved height exemption on that. And I just think it's relevant to this conversation.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councilor Nishikawa. Regrettably, I don't know, but we can look. We can look it up.
I may. So my last recognition, is that we approved 50. They came in at 70, and we approved 50. But that's what I want to confirm, because this is no different than what we. Well, actually, I would say it's a better location, quite frankly, in some cases. But I would like that confirmed, because I think that's an important part of this application and the whole thing going on in town.
CEO Pick, you've been very quiet so far. So
Thank you, and morning committee. Not to steal staff's thunder, I do recall the Legion property, the quick answer, it was a 55-foot height permitted. But I actually, more importantly, I think wanted to just respond quickly. There was a few comments just in regard to timelines and perhaps looking at this application differently. I certainly appreciate that there may full well be merit to this proposal and the great need for housing in our community, but just be cognizant that staff is governed by the official plan, and the official plan doesn't provide any sort of different process or less stringent environmental protections should this property not be on the waterfront or on the waterfront, or whether it's single family housing or multi-development housing. Staff are going to review it in accordance with those policies, and I think we've put in place very strict official plan policies to look at all development proposals equally and consistently. So appreciate the concerns around timelines. I'm sure staff are doing their best to move this application as swiftly through the process as they can, but they will review it in accordance with those policies. I just wanted to point that out.
All right, committee, I think it's time to read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be resolved that decisions on the official plan amendment application OPA 63 zoning bylaw application amendment application ZBA 25/25 and consent applications B42, 43/25 ML be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to providing a recommendation to Planning Committee on the applications, and that as part of the deferral, the following items be completed when provided. One, peer reviews by a qualified third-party consultant to the satisfaction of the township of the following submitted documents. Heritage Impact Assessment prepared by T-Square Design Studio, Inc. and dated April the 15th, 2025. The Noise Impact Study prepared by J.E. Coulter Associates Limited and dated April the 16th, 2025. Scoped Environmental Impact Report prepared by Beacon Environmental and dated April 16th, 2025. And two, peer reviewed by a quality third-party consultant to the satisfactory of the District Municipalities Muskoka of the Transportation Impact Brief prepared by Tatum Engineering and dated March the 10th, 2025. The revised plans be submitted which show the accurate and extent and location of Muskoka Road relative to the subject lands. And four, the parking justification report be amended to address considerations related to barrier-free parking. Committee, do we have any opinions of debate? Mayor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you. First of all, I really want to thank all of the members of the public and Mr. Soya for very thoughtful input, helpful input, absolutely open-minded and even-tempered, and it's wonderful to take and hear comments like that. As always, I want to thank our, I will say, esteemed staff on the planning group for the work that they've done. Nothing that I'm about to say is intended to step on the issues that are still in front of us. We've got issues with fire control, with parking. We've got many issues. But I'm an eternal optimist, and I believe that reasonable people acting reasonably and dealing in good faith will find a way through those kinds of issues. That having been said, I can tell you that we should all applaud any effort to build new housing stock anywhere in this township, certainly in BALA, anywhere else as well. We have a huge problem of homelessness and near homelessness. As some of you might know, I chair the District of Muskoka's Housing Task Force, which really has the sole mandate of trying to find a way to expand the housing stock and make reasonable accommodation available at a reasonable price for more people. And so obviously I'm a cheerleader and I'm a fan when it comes to anybody who's proposing 79, I believe it's 79 new units. I want to just comment on a couple of things and then to give you a bit of a perspective. And I'm going to respond to some of the comments that I heard. I'm even going to try and remember who said them. Mr. McGavin asked a great question. Is this the kind of thing we want? Is this part of our view and our vision? And I'm not going to get hung up on whether it's 4 stories or 3 stories, quite frankly. I know we're going to do the best that we can to protect the environment, to protect the quality of life in the neighborhood. But most importantly, it's maybe useful to know we are in the middle of doing a end of year count of homelessness in the district, not just in the township. And in this township, as of today, as we are quickly approaching Snowmageddon, there are still 7 individual people living on the street, living outdoors under tarp. And these are people who just literally can't find anything they can afford to live in. So I think that part of the growth, part of the vision that I've had as running as mayor and participating in these debates is to find a way to get everybody comfortably accommodated and reasonably accommodated and warm and dry and hopefully contributing to our economy, hopefully building and working in businesses, hopefully having offspring. We have an aging and a declining population. The only way we're going to fix that is if we can create a path forward for new members of our community to join us in the what we think is a joyful place to work and to live. So I absolutely think it is. I do think there's obviously issues with the local neighborhood. Ms. Adams raised a great question on stormwater management. Was it Adams? Right name? Right name. On stormwater management, we obviously will put that as part of our environmental protection calling first and foremost, and make sure we address that. Other issue that was raised, I think it was a good one, and I think it was Ms. Graham, Janie Graham, raised the question of whether this is affordable or attainable, and I have a thought on that. I don't know if this is affordable or attainable. There is in fact a definition that the District of Muskoka has adopted. And the definition is quite simple. It's affordable. It's affordable if it can be carried at roughly, at actually under 30% pre-tax of the income. The average family income in the township of Muskoka Lakes is around $70,000. Let me say $1 million, but that's only during part of the year. $70,000. And if you take 30% of that, you're looking at a lease rate of somewhere south of $2,000. I'm sure it's way too early to know whether it's going to be affordable or attainable, but here's my point. We can move people into these units. They're going to create a vacuum wherever they're living today. And that vacuum will be filled by people maybe living in groups, maybe living in other sort of formulations in a more affordable place. You create new stock, you create new inventory, and by necessity, the dynamics of a marketplace put the price down a little bit. And I'm counting on that to help fill and take up some of the slack that's needed. And I forget who it was. I think it might have been Ms. Davidson, who raised the issue of staff housing. Actually, maybe it was Janie, I can't remember. Staff housing, where we sit today, 4 or 5 properties to the east, there have been over 30 kids living in a house previously occupied, 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom house previously occupied by a husband and wife and 2 kids. We've got people sandwiched in situations that have to be unsanitary given certain circumstances, have to be difficult and cramped. We can do better. We have to do better. And quite frankly, wherever they go, they're going to create a single family dwelling for somebody that can help fill the school buses and help fill the arenas and help fill the community center. So I'm all in on this. I think this is a terrific effort. I applaud the work that we're doing. We need to do it, with regard to all of the issues, more than just housing, but all of the issues, environmental protection, the community that we are here because we love needs to be protected. And I have every faith that, as I said earlier, that the team of people that Mr. Knight has put together, along with our team on the planning side, will come up with a really valuable contribution to this community. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kelly. Committee, anybody want to beat that? Councillor Zavitz.
Well, certainly, thank you, and through you, I certainly would echo those comments, and well said. And this is very premature to, announce support of, but I think to that end, this ticks off the housing and economic development boxes. that we have said around this table for at least, my 7 years. And talking a lot about, I think the mayor covered off a lot of that. So, I think we've got a great staff in place, obviously a developer who's keen and equipped and ready to go. So, I guess just managing those expectations is, let's just move along with this and championing all of that. So I'm here to support in any way I can. Thank you.
Committee, any other comments or debate? Are we ready to vote? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's carried. We will take a break until 22. That's 22, whatever it is. 10:40. And that is Ms. Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Bosomworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2425 in the name of Amodio. The subject lands are known municipally as 2733 Muskoka Road 118 West, unit number 3. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plans on pages 640 to 642 of the agenda package. The subject lands are currently developed with a dwelling with an attached sun deck, a detached garage, a shed, a patio, and a single-story boat port with attached dock. Next slide, please. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to construct an addition to an existing single-story boat port, which is proposed to be converted into a boathouse, and to construct an addition to an existing dock in an effort to achieve greater water depths. The table shown on the screen includes the proposed exemptions, including relief from maximum dock length, maximum boathouse length, minimum side yard setback for a boathouse from the westerly side lot line projection into the high water mark, maximum cumulative boathouse width, minimum side yard setback for a dock from the westerly side lot line projection, and repealing bylaw 1997-162, being a bylaw to permit the existing dock and boat port to be over length and within the required side yard. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 31 days in advance of this meeting, and 10 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, stating that the proposed development is located over flooded lands owned by the applicant. Due to the nature of the development and proximity to property lines and adjacent privately owned flooded lands, Ontario Land Surveyor layout and confirmation of setbacks will be required through the building permit process. Comments were received from Matt Veach, Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, stating no comments on the application. Comments were received from Paul Lydon, the township's Fire Prevention Officer, stating no comments. Comments were received from Chriselle Story, the township's Land and Agreements Coordinator, stating no comments on the application. Comments were received from Sarah Campbell, planner for the District Municipality of Muskoka, stating no objection to the application. And 5 letters of objection have been received to date. These letters were received from Andrew Hansen and Arlene Kroll, Chris and Noella Milne, Larry Saltzman, Barb Duffy and Alex Doughty, and Ray and Diane Bradshaw. These comments can be read in full at the request of committee. Next slide, please. Given the existing placement of the subject land's shoreline structures and the placement of the westerly abutting neighbors' shoreline structures being approximately 35 feet apart, staff have concerns that further exacerbating this already elongated dock and boathouse would have negative impacts on both privacy and noise, which would not conform to policy L15.1C of the township's 2023 official plan, which states in part that buildings, structures, or works extending beyond the normal or controlled high water mark or located at the shoreline shall be designed and located in a suitable manner so as to have regard for privacy and other shoreline policies. Next slide, please. Water depth measurements were provided as part of the application and can be found on the submitted site plans. The measurements seem to indicate a fluctuation of depths in and around the existing and proposed boat slips. The existing westerly boat slip dock has a water depth measurement of 2.9 feet at the shallowest point. Based on the numerical values provided, the proposed dock and boathouse addition will result in a depth of 3 feet for this slip, a difference of 0.1 feet. The existing easterly boat slip has a water depth of 3.25 feet at the shallowest point. Based on the numerical values provided, the dock and boathouse addition will result in a depth of 3.25 feet, which is the same as the existing depth. Based on the numerical values provided, which were provided only for the location proposed, staff questioned whether the proposal will achieve improved boat mooring as suggested. Besides the proposal not achieving deeper water depths, It is important to note that some properties have shallower, more beach-like conditions, which provide their own recreational benefits. Staff would be cautious in setting a precedent that all properties have the right to extend shoreline structures to achieve desired water depths, regardless of length. Further, some individuals have larger boats than others, which would require greater depths to navigate. The standard depth that the township has considered necessary to navigate a typical marine vessel is 2.5 feet, which the current placement of shoreline structures achieves. Staff would point out that the purchase of marine vessels should reflect the existing water conditions of the property. Next slide, please. Though unfortunately we couldn't get a photo of the lands from the water to include the boathouse and dock, we were able to capture a photo of the lands from the existing dock. The subject lands have a large beachfront and lack an understory of vegetative growth. These conditions, coupled with the large shoreline structures, staff have concerns with the proposed conversion of the existing boat port to a boathouse, and enlargement of the proposed boathouse will cause built form to dominate over the environment, contrary to Objective E1B of the Township's 2023 official plan. Next slide, please. Lastly, staff have concerns with the submitted plans related to the use of the lower story of the boathouse. The applicant is proposing to fill in a significant portion of the existing boat slips. Staff reached out to the agent to flag our concerns related to potential use of the first story and the potential for it not to comply with the Township's zoning bylaw, being marine-related use. The applicant's agent advised that the use would be for marine storage and that they were not amenable to revising the plans to leave more of the boat slips open to below. While this particular owner may not have any plans to use the space out of compliance with the bylaw, when making zoning decisions, staff must consider the potential of these decisions to have unintentional effects in the future. For example, if the property were to change hands. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. For the reasons explained in this presentation and as noted in more detail in the staff report, staff are unable to recommend approval of the application and recommend that it be denied. I have no further comments at this time and I'm happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crowder. The applicant's agent, Mr. Sherbach.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee. Stefan Sherbach, planner with Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. Here representing the Amodios with their application. It's unfortunate we didn't have additional time to review some of the comments that were in the staff report. The applicant and ourselves were surprised with the denial of recommendation. Our clients would respectfully request a deferral of this application so that we can work with staff and some of those comments and concerns that were addressed in there related to things like the water depth. Clearly, there needs to be some clarification there. Yes, it would make zero sense to extend a boathouse if the water depths are the same. Again, I think we can clarify some of those questions and concerns that are in there. The applicant has also indicated that they could consider a reduction of that boathouse as well, but they wanted to run through and have some further discussions to see if that would alleviate any of the concerns from Ms. Crowder. So I'm here really to respectfully request a deferral of this application so that we can work through some of them, perhaps revise the application, recirculate if necessary, and come back and address those comments and concerns in a fulsome way.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody wishing to speak either for or against this application? Anybody online? I see. And do we have anybody in the chamber? All right. Just still nothing? Committee, any questions at the moment? Councillor Nishikawa.
My question would be to staff, the request for a deferral. Can the numbers change from what is already being presented? As in, for instance, the water depths that you commented on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councilor Nishikawa. So I did raise the water depths with the agent for the application because I did think it was odd that they don't show a greater depth, and they confirmed that those numbers were accurate. So reducing the length of the boathouse, as Mr. Sherbak's stating, I don't know how that's going to achieve any deeper water depths, but should committee decide to defer, we'd be happy to talk with the agent, but I don't know how that would look.
Committee, any other questions? So what's the procedure here?
Well, we would read this particular, read that resolution, and should during the discussion of that resolution, an amendment be proposed, and we can
Could we go back? Could we, does it give them the option to go back to the original?
Yeah, well, no, they, yeah, no, they would read the resolution and then discuss. In the report, that's what's publicly circulated, so.
All right. So I'm going to read the resolution. And this is the original resolution that was published. Moved by Councillor Kent, second by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-24/25 Amodio be denied. All right, committee. So we have before us an applicant who would prefer this to be deferred. But we have a resolution to deny it. So Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I am prepared to vote on this application today. I don't want to see a deferral because as I understand it, like this is just against all the principles I've ever dealt with waterfront properties, and I don't see a need for deferral.
Committee. Do we have some other comments? Is there any committee member wishing to propose an alternative resolution? Are we ready to vote? Oh, thank you. Councillor Roberts, good morning.
Good morning, Chair, and hello to everyone. I just want to look back on our experience the last few years, and given that the agent and the applicant are wanting to defer it, and they have spent considerable time and effort and money into this, what would be the downfall of? I don't see any downfall in this, and then allowing them more time to consider that. So I would propose that we do support the deferral, and would put forward a resolution to this end.
Committee, is there anybody wishing to second such a proposal? Seeing none. Councillor Roberts, there's nobody willing to second that suggestion or that proposal. All right, are we ready to vote then, committee? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That was carried. All right, our next item is number 10A, terms of reference for technical studies reports, and I believe this is Director Huff.
Thank you. Good morning, committee. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yep.
Great. The purpose of this report is to bring forward a recommendation for Planning Committee to endorse a number of terms of reference for technical and supporting studies that staff can pass along to planning applicants. Committee may recall that at a committee meeting, a member requested that staff consider the use of terms of reference. This was at last month's Planning Committee meeting, and so staff are bringing that forward accordingly. So terms of reference, just as a high-level overview, are guiding documents that outline how studies should be conducted and what it should include. And there are really two key benefits of doing this. Is number one, it gives the applicants knowledge upfront at the very beginning of the process to understand what the expectations for these studies are by the township. And it also allows for these studies, in most cases, to be exempt from the peer review process if done according to the terms of reference. Importantly, there are 7 terms of reference that have been developed by the District of Muskoka and are being rolled out for use by all of the area municipalities, with the intent that we have created a consistent expectation across the district about what these studies should include. And of course, that's also a benefit and hopefully less confusing for applicants who do work between municipalities. It's also helpful for those applications that require district review and comment or approval to ensure that the requirements of the district are known upfront and also met for these applications. And so I will say that the terms of reference, as I mentioned, have been approved by the district and are being used by other local municipalities already. And they have been attached to this report as an appendix and are available for viewing there. Staff also recognize that details of the terms of reference, it's a new process, so we understand it's likely that they may need to be tweaked. And staff wish to be able to modify these administratively if changes are deemed necessary in order or due to legislative changes or upper tier amendments as well. And then another thing, because this is a new process, we feel it's important to come back to committee for the year-end report in 2026 to report on the use of the terms of reference, feedback that we've received, and staff's perceptions of whether it's been successful or not. So ultimately, this works that staff meet at a pre-consultation stage and go over the terms of reference with applicants to advise them what these reports are would be required to include, and as well as just having them available on our website so that anybody who is considering making an application can view them ahead of time and understand what the requirements are. We also know that if committee is favorable to this approach, that there will be a transition period to introduce the use of terms of reference, because many applications are already in process and have started or finished their support studies. And so it would be unfair to apply this requirement to these applications. So there will be a time period where there'll be transition where we might see some peer reviews still required as we roll this process out. However, we do think it's an important step. It will help to speed up the planning process, hopefully avoiding the need for multiple peer reviews. I will say, though, if staff, either locally or at the district, identify anything funny with a report, we still will maintain the ability to do a peer review if we think it's still required. And hopefully, ultimately, we make it easier for applications to understand the requirements both here and at the district. So with that, I will stand for any questions that committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Huff. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. Through you to the director. Great that we're, sort of drafting into that Muskoka Lakes into the district concepts here. I think the question I have is traffic impact assessment. As they deal with those major roads certainly in our township, how does that distill down to some of the smaller roads that we, less trafficked roads that we have? How is your thought on working into that? Or is that a separate entity that we'll deal with later?
Director Huff, was that a clear enough question for you?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, to Councillor Zavitz, it's a good question. My understanding is that the traffic impact assessment terms of reference really does anticipate developments in proximity to district roads. There is an opportunity perhaps that local municipalities might wish to develop their own similar, but perhaps less rigorous terms of reference for local roads, given that if it's on a local road, it would be our own operational services that would review it or would make the call to require a peer review.
And Director Huff, that's sort of a tweak we could do in the future if we found the current requirements didn't weren't that applicable.
Correct, Chair. I think, even being able to share the terms of reference right now for traffic impact assessments for applications on local roads would be helpful to provide some guidance. We would just indicate that perhaps it wouldn't be a requirement, but it would be helpful to let the applicants know what expectations we would like to see in these reports.
Any other questions? I have a question or two. It has professional requirements in the terms of references. And I mean, I guess that's sort of the broader sense is, are the terms of reference mandatory? In other words, are we saying that we will not accept reports unless they meet those professional requirements?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a good question. And you might notice that in the report, I actually speak a little bit to some recent changes in the Planning Act are actually moving in the direction that the submission of complete applications will require that they be completed by prescribed professionals. And that term prescribed professionals is a trigger for us to understand that the government is going to be releasing regulations that defines what prescribed professionals are and what their credentials are. So this was released not too long ago by the province as moving towards an approach where it really is an expectation that application material be submitted by people that have the technical expertise to do so. I will say, in discussions with the district, that if an application has been submitted that doesn't meet the district-approved terms of reference in terms of the credentials, it won't mean that the district won't review the report. I think it's a consideration for local committee to provide some direction, if they want to applicants to say, this is our standard that we would like you to meet. If they don't meet those standards, it might mean that we will require a peer review of those studies, just simply to ensure that the studies are done correctly. It doesn't mean that we can't receive them or review them, but they may be subject to additional peer review requirements.
The second question I have along that line is occasionally we get planning applications where there has not been a professional planner involved. And am I right on that? And is that still going to be allowed?
Thank you, Chair. So the terms of reference for the planning justification report does require that planning justification reports are submitted by registered professional planners. And I will speak to this briefly in that the benefit of a PJR being submitted by a registered professional planner is if that application goes to the OLT, that report can be defended and can be entered into as evidence in an OLT matter. The OLT has a requirement that expert evidence be provided by essentially those planning professionals that can verify their credentials through either being an RPP or a number of years of paid employment as a professional planner. And so there is actually a process at the OLT hearing that people's credentials are evaluated and are either approved. I will say those credentials are approved and they are considered an expert and able to provide expert evidence, or they're not. And in that case, any evidence that they are able to provide is given much less weight. So there is some implications of applicants choosing to submit a PJR by someone who is not a registered professional planner, there is a bit of a risk. And so currently the terms of reference as endorsed by the district and as proposed to be endorsed locally would require a PJR to be completed by a registered professional planner.
But I think we will accept applications for planning without a planning justification report. Is that correct?
That's correct. Not all applications require a PJR.
I see. The reason I've been asking this sort of series of questions, I just want to make sure that we're not shutting out some of our local planners or people who come to us as planners. And I don't know the qualifications, frankly. I don't, they will have it behind their name. I don't particularly pay attention. So I don't know if there are some, but there may be some that we respect and have seen many, many times. And I just don't want us to be shutting them out of business. And can you help me with that?
Thank you, Chair. So if the terms of reference are endorsed, we're advising applicants that in order for them to submit a report, these are the things that we need to see in that report. And if they do that, then they are exempt from the peer review process. If one is submitted by somebody who doesn't have the credentials, I think it doesn't mean that we won't accept the report, but it is notable, and it would mean that that report potentially could be subject to more scrutiny, perhaps, than others might be, and potentially peer reviews. It's a little different with PJRs because our staff are essentially doing the peer review. So it's a little different in this one.
All right. Councillor Nishikawa. Oh, I see. Thank you very much for that. Gord Roberts.
Thank you very much,
Councillor
Chair.
Roberts.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And just a follow-up to your question to Ms. Huff. I just want to also ensure that we had an example in Ward B a couple of years ago, where a single mother wanted to rebuild her home. She had limited means, and I was so impressed that she did it without a planner. She worked with the township staff. She had and did all the requirements. And I'm hoping that this requirement will still allow people that have simple applications and follow all the process. So they can still do this without engaging a planner if it's not too complicated. Is that
Director
true?
Huff?
Yes, absolutely. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Roberts. Certainly the simple applications don't require a PJR, and certainly we get lots of applications that don't include PJRs now, and I anticipate that will continue.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions? Thank you very much, Director Huff. We will move on to the next. Oh, no, we have a resolution here. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be it resolved, the committee endorse each of the terms of references for technical supporting studies as attached as Appendix I through 1 through 8 to report DSES-2025-37 for staff use and circulation to applications as deemed appropriate, and that staff report back to committee on the success of any major changes to the use of terms of reference as part of the year-end 2026 DSES report, and that staff be delegated the authority to make administrative changes and changes deemed necessary due to legislative or upper tier amendments to the requirements of the terms of reference. Committee, good set of questions there. Councillor Nishikawa, then.
It's more of a comment, and my first question would have been in line with Gord. I would like in the future to almost put a dollar figure on these reports, so that I have a clear understanding of what, if an applicant walks in there, how much money all of the reports cost, all of those things. And again, it's more from my perspective of making things available, affordable, for people that, and not everybody's a developer, I would say. And also we have, we're reaching out to people to build a backyard little building of some form, right, for housing. And I'm a little concerned again that we would be only looking towards planners. And again, making it much more like before you even get a shovel in the ground, you've already spent $100,000. That's my point, that if you were only building a $200,000 place and it cost you $100,000 just to get the application through, I'd really like to put some dollar figures to some of this stuff.
Director Huff, have you got some comments on that?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not aware of how much the cost of peer reviews or these reports are offhand. It's certainly something we can look into and provide feedback on after.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, when you read the resolution, you said 8, was it?
With respect to what?
Well, I'm looking at 7 reports they're talking about here. Did I misunderstand when you read that?
1 through 8.
Yeah, what is the 8th one?
I don't know.
It's 1 through 7.
Sorry, it's 1 through 7.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've misread it.
Okay, thank you. I just had to make sure.
It's Roman numerals and my eyes are seeing an extra I. It's not an I, it's a comma.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good catch.
Councillor
Committee.
Roberts, I don't.
Councillor Roberts, your hand is still up? Okay, so it's
Yes,
up
it
for a
is.
reason?
Thank you. Yes, it is. And just for a comment to Director Huff. And Director Huff, I really appreciate how you brought this to us so quickly. So it must have been something that was on staff's docket to know how we could improve. And this is great. Our processes and to help the constituents. And I'm only assuming that given all this that I'm hoping, I guess, that the applications will be less expensive and probably be completed a lot quicker with these new terms of reference. Thank you.
Vinny, any other comments? I'd just like to make a comment. I'm very sensitive to the load that we put on our applicants, and I just want to make sure that this is not something that's going to increase the load. Hopefully it should, having fewer peer reviews. But for those who never ever going to have a need for a peer review, I want to make sure that that requirements for professional credentials isn't a big burden. So I just ask that staff keep an eye out on that. All right, so I've read the resolution. No further comments. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. That carries. What time is it? Our next item is planning application public circulation options report. And I think, is that Director Huff again? Yes.
It is, yeah.
Director Huff.
Thank you, Chair. This second report deals with the department's public notice procedures in light of the ongoing Canada Post strike, although it's now turned into a rolling strike. So, as committee knows, the Planning Act sets out public notice requirements for all planning applications and does provide several options to do so. This includes mailouts and sign postings together as a single option, or alternatively as posting in the local newspaper. The township has chosen to provide notice through mailouts and posting a sign for many years. And given the Canada Post strike, mailouts are not assured to arrive in their destination on time, even with a rolling strike, as many of our landowners live outside of the Muskoka district, province, or country. I will say that the township's official plan does provide for alternative notice procedures, anticipating that at some point in time we might consider alternatives. And the Planning Act was recently changed, given the consolidation of the media industry, to allow as an alternative to posting in the newspaper, posting on a municipal website. So in light of the ongoing disruptions to mail delivery service, as well as given the changes to delivery service that we're aware of as being discussed as part of negotiations with Canada Post, we simply don't see this issue going away anytime soon. And so we are proposing to post notices on our website and posting a sign on the property as our official new notice procedure. I will say that similar modifications are being made across the country as all sorts of businesses and governments are finding alternative ways to deliver notice, mail, and packages in light of the Canada Post strike. So it seems that the public is aware of changes being made across the board in light of the strike action. We know that this would be a very significant change in our municipality. And so we do think it would be important, if committee is receptive to making this change, to roll out a communication plan to get the word out and to delay starting this new process until at least December 1st in order to accommodate the change. We're also proposing in the meantime for November and December meetings that we would reach out to applicants to see if the matters are urgent, and if they are interested in paying for courier service. If they can wait, then we would just leave them aside until the new notice procedures are in place. And I'll also note, I didn't note in my report, but where it's logistically possible, staff are also considering hand delivery notices where it's practical to do so. On the couriering service, obviously this is not ideal either, as it takes much longer administratively to prepare the individual Purolator forms. And if there's only a PO box, it might not be deliverable unless an alternative location is found. And the costs, of course, are substantial. And so, you know, as a long-term solution, we don't see couriering service as where we need to go, but it might be something that we could do in a very short period of time. Staff are also committing to making progress on the collection of resident emails so that area-specific notifications can be sent by email to residents. However, unfortunately, this is not something we can do by December 1st, as it will take time to find a technical solution to this and how to integrate it, hopefully into GeoHub, so that we can link a circulation area to the emails of residents. Certainly something that's becoming higher on our priority list, given the ongoing strike. And so just again, to summarize, in light of the Canada Post strike, we are proposing to change notice. We will continue to post signs on property so people are aware of it, that live in the area and can see it physically, as well as doing a pretty significant communication plan to let people know that these notices will be on the website. Anybody who registers on our system would get notifications through emails, although it just won't be targeted to specific area. So it won't be like, you know, only X number of people get notified of one particular application. It would be people that register to the website would be notified that all of the public meeting notices are now available for viewing, and people would have to go to the site to look at them. So I think at this point, I'll leave it there, open to questions. We know it's a big change, and hoping to get some feedback from committee on this change. Thank you.
Committee questions for Director Huff? Yes.
Thank
Councilor
you.
Kent.
Through you to Director. This is a temporary change or a permanent change?
Director Huff?
Thank you. We're proposing permanent. We think we've been paying attention to some of the changes to delivery. So end of home delivery potentially, and longer delivery timeframes that are subject to negotiations. And we think that ultimately mail delivery service just won't be a sure thing to get notices out in the future, even after the strike rolls out.
I just have a follow-up. I just have one follow-up. Thank you.
Yeah.
When I read it, my first reaction, which you did address, is, oh my gosh, how fast can we deal with this email issue? But I thought the email issue also had to do with the voter registration. Could we not, when people register to vote in the elections here, have, they can sign things that allow us to transmit communication related to email? But I would have thought that would be the way we would target email distribution in the township
Director Huff?
over time.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps the deputy clerk might be able to assist. It's more of a voting question. Unfortunately, I just am not aware.
Over to you, Deputy Clerk.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. The voters list actually comes from Elections Ontario, so we don't have control over the data that we receive. Voters can go in and make amendments and changes. The process in order to retrieve those emails and retain them and use them for purposes other than that which they have been provided to us is verboten. We are not permitted to do that. And given that we're using a framework that we don't own, I agree, it would be wonderful if we could, but I don't believe we can. So thank you.
Committee, Councillor Edwards. And then Councillor Nishikawa.
Yes, thank you. 2 items. First of all, size of signs. I know the district are talking about making signs larger for subdivisions and that. Have we thought about something, at least a real estate size sign if we're not mailing out? And making sure it's posted near the road, not 50 feet in, tacked on a tree or something like that. Our signage is terrible here. To find out what you're looking for.
Director Huff, with respect to signage size.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To Councillor Edwards, yes, we are thinking about our signs. There is a bit in the report that talks about the fact that I would like to update our sign procedure. So number one, having more consistent guidelines on the placement of signs to ensure that they're more visible to the public. But that does also raise the issue of size of signs, and we just want to find a solution that's balances, I guess, cost and timelines, because if the larger signs need to be produced at a sign shop, and those signs then, in order to order them and pick them up and place them, will actually add to the timelines of the planning process. And so we're trying to come up with a solution that allows for some slightly larger signs, some better visibility. And so that's something that we're working through internally. We are aware of the district changes. We are keeping that in mind, and especially for some of the larger developments that might in fact warrant much larger signs than what we typically see.
And Councillor Edwards, supplemental.
I notice if there's properties on islands, they will normally post a sign at the marina or something like that. Could we also put a sign in the area of the municipality in the community center of that sign? Because most of them have signboards. It's just a case of, that would help people. A lot of people are using our community centers.
Director Huff, can you take that as a suggestion?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, committee, any other questions? We do have a resolution here. Councillor Nishikawa, sorry, I forgot.
Sorry, no, well, similar along the lines that Alan was mentioning, but I don't have a problem with the size of the signs. It's the placement of the signs that, so for instance, if you have a road number, let's just say 1025 Road B, and there's 12 units on there, don't put the sign at the 12th unit, put it down at the entrance to that not a subdivision, but essentially, so to me, it's very simple, is to be more defined as to where the sign should be posted. As well as, I guess my bigger thing is, could we, interestingly, through this strike action, our post offices were open because it's a different union. And so I think it's still important that we post in our post offices. I don't think we've done it for many years, but we used to way back when. But especially in BALA and Port Carling. And the direction is that we won't get pickup or like we won't get delivery any longer through. And essentially that's where I think more people will end up taking out boxes and things like that. So I'm just saying use our post offices, even though that they're part of a strike action, they're still open, I would just say.
Director Huff, there's another suggestion. I guess that opens to suggestions that maybe when you're putting the requirements for putting out signs, you might ship multiple signs to the applicant and ask them to put them in various places.
Yeah,
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Yeah, any other questions or before I read the resolution? Very well. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved, the committee endorsed the change in planning application public circulation to posting public meeting notices on the township socials and website and posting of signs on the property as the primary form of public meeting notices as of December 1st, 2025, and on a go-forward basis, and that committee direct staff to develop a fulsome communication plan to advise residents of the change in public meeting notice methods. Committee, now for discussions. Any further discussion on this? Councillor Burry.
Thank you, and through you. We need to move into the 21st century with all of our communications. This is giving us a great opportunity to move forward. I think we need to err on the side of more information than less and let our constituents be the editors, not us. The Planning Act is pretty specific on who needs to be informed. But I think we saw an issue yesterday where information, even though it was provided, wasn't heard. So, I mean, it may be a shock to people, but I sold my consolidated buggy whip shares when we got the automobile. I think we need to move into, as a corporation, as a township, way more aggressively on figuring out how to use electronic mail and other means. And while I would not use the register of electors, the people that pay the tax bill are typically the ones that want to get the information. So I think it's time for us to stop talking about it and start walking about it. And I think that it's not necessarily just a planning issue, but planning gives us, planning gives us the opportunity to go for the next step. I commend Director Huff and her staff for taking this on and being proactive about it. Let's take the opportunity to go even further. And so if we can get a resolution on the table to ask our CAO to make this a higher priority, because I honestly believe communications is our thorn in everything we do. We actually do a really good job, and we can't get people to understand that. We as a corporation, the Township of Muskoka Lakes. So if there's something that our deputy clerk can craft in the way of directing our CAO to, like, this is an opportunity. You know how they say, don't let a good crisis go unaverted or whatever.
Go to waste.
Yeah, so let's not waste it. We've got a really healthy crisis here with Canada Post. Let's take advantage of trying to get better information to all of our constituents because we can. Sorry for the tirade.
No, it's inspirational speak. Councillor
I
Kent.
was going to say, adding on that, that was what I was trying to say when I suggested the election list, but he's definitely technically more accurate. We should be using the tax and voter registration, but it's time to move on from where we are.
Taxpayer list.
Taxpayer list, whatever it is, taxpayer list. And with all the non-resident people who are resident up here, non-permanent residents up here, you have to go to email. I mean, the mail works, but by the time it gets down to Toronto or California or wherever people come from, it's way past the timeline that would be required to be able to have a quick reaction to anything. So I think it's even more urgent here than in major city locations.
Committee, it's an important topic. Do we have anybody else wishing to comment or weigh in on? Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. I guess I just wonder of the dynamic of using our tax-paying mail-out list. I mean, it is so obvious that we should have been, we must be using it for communication with our people. So, I mean, I'm asking that question, is it that big a deal to use that as a vehicle, a communicative piece, the addressing, so we mail? I mean, the fact that it's electronic as well as mail, so now we defer to the electronic side, do we have that information in our banks?
Can you answer that? I'm not sure who to ask because, you know, communication and tax bills.
Sorry, if I might,
Or as-
for clarity, just for clarity, you know, if we have, I get a tax bill, you know, so they have my addressing. I guess they don't have my phone number, they, us, have a phone number
No,
and an
they don't have
email
any of that.
address.
Yeah.
So is that something that, my good friend is, are we suggesting that we have a more fulsome list and then we're able to deal with it that way electronically? Because otherwise, right now, we can't, can we, is my question.
Ms. Follows, do you have some comments on that? Or Director,
Well,
or CEO Pink? Let me try CEO Pink here.
Thank you. I'd say from the onset, I guess it's certainly on my radar to Councillor Burry's earlier comments. I think Director Huff will admit that we had a lengthy discussion about that on this report. That is where we want to go. But I think to Councillor Zavit's question, I think the Deputy Clerk touched on it previously. There's a lot more that goes into it than simply just compiling an email list. We can only utilize email or contact information for the purposes that we gathered it. So we, as I said, clerks, planning team, the rest of the departments, we're all looking into this. It will take some time. There's, like I say, more that goes into it than maybe meets the eye initially. And there's a lot of freedom of information and privacy considerations that need to go into it. But rest assured, in my lengthy time in planning, I've thought we should have moved to this ages ago, and we need to. It's just a matter of getting the right systems and processes in place, and I'm excited to roll it out.
CEO Pink, do you have any timelines in mind?
None that I would like you to hold me to. But no, I will. I can't commit to a firm timeline, but again, this ongoing strike with the postal system is certainly bringing it to a head, and I'd like to ensure that we look at it promptly.
Councillor Zavit?
Thank you. And through you, to that end, is it something we would either put in some sort of a motion on, and or do we need to turn an eye to this or a mind to this at budget, which is where we are? I mean, to create an immediacy piece. I mean, is this a $22,000 adventure to cull or cultivate everyone's email addresses? I mean, I let you into my bank account to take my money for my taxes, you know, so I would have no problem with my email address, and I'm sure others wouldn't as well. But is that a cost consideration?
Councillor Burry?
Well, I would, just to Councillor Zavitz, I would suggest that the return on the investment here is going to be in a period of nanoseconds. The savings associated with this kind of piece, if we need to make a small investment to get those returns, that's a trade I'll make all day long.
Councillor Burry, you had brought this to the fore. Would you like to get a motion and get a seconder on this, and so we can talk about it formally?
Well, if we need to, yes, but I think I heard the CAO say it's on their docket. I can certainly follow up with the mayor to see if we need to get something
fair enough
in the budget. But you know, this to me is you know, bordering on insanity if we don't do something about it.
Well, clearly we are, so we're not in.
Agreed. So we don't need to have a resolution to be.
Director Pink.
Unless you want it, sir.
CEO Pink, sorry.
Again, we're certainly at the will of committee. Should you wish a resolution, I don't think it's personally necessary, but I did just want to quickly point out that there are systems currently in place. We do have a planning notification page, and the community is able to subscribe to that, and they would receive all these notifications. It would just not be pointed to their specific property or the area surrounding their property, it would be all planning notices. So there are opportunities. We just need to work on refining those and growing them, and also communicating about those abilities. So again, it is on staff's radar. And it is something, in my opinion, that's overdue.
All right then. So are we ready to vote on this? I've read the resolution. All those in favor? Any in opposition? That carries.
Thank you.
I think our next item, well, I know our next item is item 13A, which is the noise bylaw update report. And Ms. Minor, I think this is yours.
Is it on? Good. Okay. Thank you, Chair, and hello, members of Planning Committee. Before you is a report on the update of the noise control bylaw, which we're excited to start. The report basically just goes over some background information on our current noise control bylaw and our current approach to noise enforcement. I do provide a summary of some common local noise concerns that we typically receive. There's also a list of criteria that staff will be using to guide the update of the noise control bylaw. A review of approaches to noise enforcement and the benefits and limitations of each. A review of noise enforcement approaches of area municipalities, and then an outline for a proposed consultation plan for the update to the noise control bylaw. I do just want to clarify, we did have a delegation this morning that had some concerns about a proposed or a draft noise control bylaw. I do just want to clarify that I'm not bringing forward any draft noise control bylaw. The one that's attached to this report is the current one. What this report is just recommending or setting out is that committee endorse the proposed plan for the update of this noise control bylaw, which does in fact include public and community engagement through an Engage Muskoka Lakes page and a survey, which I'll be working with our communications advisor on. But aside from that, that's really what this report outlines, and I'm happy to provide any additional information or answer any questions that committee has.
Thank you very much. Committee, we've got a plan to roll out communication plan with our constituents and stakeholders. Does anybody have any questions? Let me read the resolution and then we can discuss it. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that committee endorse the proposed plan for the update of noise control bylaw 2005-83 as outlined in staff report DSCS 2025-034, and that staff be directed to publish a public survey to gather feedback on noise concerns and potential updates to the noise control bylaw. Do we have any discussions about the plan? I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Chair, my sign. Chair,
Oh,
my
I'm
hand.
sorry,
It's okay.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Can I continue?
Yes, please do. I know this is dear to your heart.
All right. Yes. Thank you. And so, yes, I have a comment and a suggestion, and I didn't know whether to bring this up under the new business or to bring it up under the prioritized list for bylaws or here. And I've elected to bring it up here. So, Chair, I have comments and suggestions for the mayor. Mayor, this is food for thought, and at this time, it's not necessary to respond to my comments and suggestions.
Councillor Roberts, I'll let you know that Mayor has actually left the chamber, so he's not here.
Okay, but we can put this on the
How about
public
to the Deputy Mayor?
Deputy Mayor is fine. Deputy Mayor, yes. Yes. Thank you. So the report and the noise bylaw, we actually raised it 10 months ago. It's taken 10 months to get to this point. And well, not 10 months, now it's 10 months later, the staff are presenting a plan to update the noise bylaw, suggesting that the updated bylaw would be ready for approval in August 2026. 3 years after being reprioritized as the second on the list, is going to take a long time for us to get this done. As we all are aware, operations staffs are heavily engaged in delivering day-to-day services, leaving limited capacity to focus on project-related work, such as bylaw updates and the one we just mentioned and suggested about the communication. These are projects. You may recall that during Susan will, that during one of the Ward B meetings of Councillor, Mayor, and CAO, I asked the CAO, Mr. Pink, if engaging external support, such as hiring contractors, could help accelerate project completion. My understanding of the CA's response was that simply bringing contractors would not significantly expedite the progress. Rather, the key challenge is that to free up our operations staff needed to from their day-to-day operations so they can work on projects. In 2025, operations staff salaries, wages, and benefits totaled $11.7 million, accounting for 63% of the $18.6 million budget. Unfortunately, the level of staff operations efforts dedicated to project is unknown. However, given the challenges associated with implementing the SDR licensing, it's reasonable to assume that the impact on bylaw for this one project was significant. So I'm suggesting, Deputy Mayor, that if we discuss with the Mayor, I'm suggesting that during the 2026 budget process, we need to discuss how to separate project resources effort from operation budget and identify tangible, measurable budgets for must-do projects. And that's the only way we're going to get these projects and these good ideas move forward quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roberts. Deputy Mayor Mazin.
Thank you, through you. Just a bit of a point of order, because that became a discussion on the budget, and I do think that there was a process outside of today's discussion that allows for that kind of comment to be provided to the mayor and to Director Donaldson. So I just want to be sure that there was a timeline associated if there's budget requests to be directed directly to the mayor. It's my understanding, please CAO Pink if I'm incorrect on this, that might have been taken outside of this forum when you're talking about the actual noise bylaw. So I just want to be sure, like if Councillor Roberts has a budget request, there's a process that's outside of today.
CEO Pink. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, through you. That is correct, and I believe Councillor Roberts, I know Councillor Roberts has made such requests through the process.
Thank you.
And advised Director Donaldson and the mayor.
Supplemental, Chair, please.
Yes.
Thank you for your tolerance. Yes, I did submit something as asked, but is it for the benefit of everyone that who's expecting us to immediately work on these projects? And it takes 3 years for this one to get done. So I just wanted to make it part of the public record that we're trying to improve that situation. Thank you.
Right. Do we have any other questions or comments on the resolution? Did I read it yet? No. Have I read it? I have read it. All right. Thank you. Oh, we voted.
Yeah,
we voted on this already? Okay.
Did we? I don't think so.
Yes, you're right. Sorry. It's getting near lunchtime. All right. Thank you very much. Prioritized list of bylaws to be updated. Committee, no, we have to do it. No, I know, but do we have it? Do we have time? Do we want to do it now, or do we want to do it after lunch? Any thoughts?
This isn't a call.
Do you mind just calling that? I'm not convinced. I didn't see hands, so.
Oh, all right. I read it but didn't call it. All those in favor? Sorry, all those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Carried, and thank you. All right, let's proceed with the next one. Prioritize list of bylaws to be updated. Report again, Ms. Minor. Let's.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So yeah, this is another report about some bylaws that we are looking at updating. We have gotten a bit done over the last couple of years, but I think just at a high level, maybe I'll just kind of read off what we're proposing the order of the updated list to be. So currently we're doing the noise bylaw, and then it would be public docks and ramps, parking, dog control with some other animal control type of issues, business licensing bylaw, property standards bylaw, fireworks bylaw, burning bylaw. And then I did just leave the tree conservation and site alteration bylaws at the end. I didn't necessarily assign a number to that because I think that process may naturally occur as the comprehensive zoning bylaw is updated.
Good point.
So that's the order that staff is proposing right now, and I'm open to taking any questions or comments about that.
Well, they did this morning. This is not a public meeting.
I'm sorry. They're really. Committee comments. There is a resolution for this, so we can have comments, please. And questions. Sorry, questions. I need lunch. Yep, questions.
Thank you.
Is the mic on?
Sorry, no mic, sorry. Referring to the prioritized list of bylaws to be updated, brackets 2025. Am I to presume, or are we to presume that that is a more prioritized list? I mean, there's a noise control bylaw on it, public docks and ramps, parking bylaw, anyway, down to items 7 and 8. So, and as I read those two items, 7 and 8, it refers to a time frame of, in the far right column, of 3 to 6 months. And it says if committee's focus on this bylaw update is limited to adjusting permitted discharge days, which is fireworks, and or referencing to fire, the burning bylaw, then the estimated timeline could be decreased. So just in terms of that, there is an opportunity where, you know, Councillor Roberts has talked about expediting items. I'd certainly be willing to discuss those two items if that's, like, if you're taking our temperature here on this particular focus, those could be relatively easy ones. The fireworks could be a really easy one. Right? It could be a very easy one, as could the burning bylaw, because I'm getting a lot of pressure from people saying, you know, there's water bombers in Morrison Lake, you know, 12 kilometers from BALA, putting out fires in Gravenhurst last week, 2 weeks ago. So, you know, I'm just wondering, how do we prioritize the immediacy, if you will, of some of these? If the low hanging fruit, are they easier? Clearly, they're all complex, but that's my question to you, I suppose.
Through the chair, I think back in August, there was a resolution by planning committee specific to the fireworks bylaw that was proposing maybe to remove some days. I think if it's like that simple, I think, you know, there's potential to reprioritize that higher in the list if that's what committee wishes. I think when it comes to the burning bylaw, it's maybe more difficult for me to give a lot of information without having maybe the fire chief here to provide some background on maybe any, like you said, urgency behind it. But I don't exactly know what, you know, exactly committee and council was looking for the burn bylaw. The fireworks bylaw was pretty clear to me, but like I said, if that's something committee wants to like move up in the list, I think you guys have that option to decide that.
Supplemental, all right. Thank you. Thank you, and through you. It's difficult for us as decision makers to ponder, you know, eating the elephant one bite at a time when we really don't have the framework. So, I mean, if it's as simple as saying, putting a motion forward that says a complete ban on fireworks and everybody puts their hand up, I mean, that's done. I mean, that's one of the items off the list. I'm not trying to presuppose how that would go, but can but I've seen the lawyer shows. So my question is, how could we expedite some of this is my question. And perhaps it's not to Rachel, but perhaps it's to the CAO.
Yeah.
Is there an appetite to expedite some of this?
CEO Pink?
Thank you, through you. I think very simply speaking, it could be done through a resolution right now to direct that those changes come more promptly to council. And I think what staff are saying is if it's simply those changes to the bylaw, yes, it could be quite simple. I think what we're just trying to caution, some of you may recall, I believe it was perhaps during the last term, there was a number of concerns in the community about site alteration and tree preservation, and there was what were viewed as some simple tweaks to increase the coverage distance in that bylaw, and what turned into what thought was let's simply bring that bylaw and update the number turned into, I think it was a 12+ month process. So it becomes a question, do you want to engage with the community before you change the dates in the fireworks bylaw? What will you hear from the community? How will that discussion go around the committee table? And that's the concern when we start these processes. It might start with simple intentions, and we think it's a simple change or fix. And suddenly we have a short-term rental update and a noise bylaw update and a fireworks update all going for staff, and they don't have time to respond to their day-to-day activities. And that it really comes down to a resource issue. So again, long story short, if it is such simple changes to those two bylaws, we can amend the resolution to direct that they be brought forward more promptly, and I think staff will be happy to do so. Just like I say, some caution there that these processes tend to take a life of their own sometimes, and that's the concern.
CEO Pink, we can add the dark sky bylaw to that because I remember it came forward just as a sort of an administrative update and modernization of the language and turned into a fairly significant rewrite of it. So a very good caution on that. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the burning bylaw because I had the understanding that we actually dealt with this through the fire chief. And in fact, we got down to the size of what the little fire can be. I'm not sure what more we would expect out of that bylaw. So it's the same thing. I'm wondering if it's just a matter of, unless we're going to totally revamp it, which I have concerns about too, that we would be looking at waiting basically a year to do that. And so unless we're going to make substantial changes to that burning bylaw, I believe that it could be addressed, because in fact, I just do remember, like, we have all these rules in place currently, and maybe we need to have them in front of us to make the decision of, where we're going. But as it stands right now, we don't really have that information. I just think that I'm concerned about the time frame as well, and that some of these are not necessarily I just think some of them could be knocked off fairly easy, and even the fireworks thing is, I think we all sat around the table and said, yeah, we shouldn't be having 6 days of fireworks. That's essentially what happened over in July, right? So
CEO Pink.
Thank you. I think just really looking to Councillor Zavitz, I think you're right, Councillor Nishikawa. There have been recent updates to the burning bylaw. I think there was a desire, I think it was advanced by Councillor Zavitz, to reconsider the ability for any daytime burning through a permit, and that was the request. And it was, again, put on the docket as a result of that. So Councillor Zavitz wished to expand on your desires of the changes, but that's where it's stemming from.
Certainly happy to. And, the thought process around, as it says here, to reconsider the ability to burn during the daytime through a permit during the fire season. But the whole notion of wildfires, and I do get a lot of comments from people, there's a real concern about daytime burning. We don't burn in Burlington in your backyard, but we come to Muskoka, we just want to burn the place up, light fires and do this during the day, construction materials, et cetera. So there is, I'm sure there's a groundswell of support for that whole notion of I'm gonna use the word ban on daytime burning in the township of Muskoka Lakes. What that appetite is at the end of the day and how that unfolds I wouldn't know. I guess that process has to unfold, but I think there's a lot of people that I'm hearing about that, why are we allowing burning, and what does a permit have to do? What does $60 have to do with burning during the day? There's a problem with burning. There's a problem with losing, with drought and everything else. And people aren't listening. We have trouble communicating with people. They're not listening to what we're seeing and showing them on the signs. And so what else could we do besides a ban? So that's where I would be going with that.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you. And through you, I just want clarification that the list that's proposed in front of us in table 2 is a list that staff have completed based upon all the feedback that we have received, whether it's burning, fireworks, dog control, noise control, that staff have given us a list based upon their expertise on how they could see this being as priority over the next year. Is that correct?
Ms. Miner?
Yeah, that's correct. Essentially, yeah.
And then if supplemental, if I may,
Absolutely.
the goal today would be, is this aligned with that now? Is there anything on that list that within our group today that we think actually should be moved up? So if I could just use the example of what Councillor Zavitz is suggesting here, if he believes that burning bylaw needs to be moved up in the list, is that then the process that he would have to put forward a motion somehow and to get a buy-in that somehow that burning list, it needs to be put, for example, in front of noise control? Is that the process we're trying to undertake here?
Ms. Miner?
I guess so. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Madison. I was about to go down that route. Exactly. We have a prioritized list in front of us. It's based on what staff believes are what we have fed back to them. And I guess part of it is also due to when was the last time they were updated. I think that's probably a fair comment as well. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, and I apologize, I had to step out for a bit, but the other issue is going to be literally prioritization based on the effort that's required. There are some here that are quick hits. There are some here that are going to take forever. And the way they are lumped together even, I think that dog control can probably be handled fairly expeditiously, but the whole issue of exotic animals and zoo licenses, there's a lot to that. And I don't think, I don't think we can ignore the fact that effort is going to have to factor into prioritization. The other thing is, quite honestly, and I leave this to the chair, I don't know the mechanism that you're going to use to get 10 of us to agree to a prioritized list in the right order. Because I can give you mine, 1, 5, 8, 3, 2, and then what are you going to do? Like, I don't know, that it's a huge undertaking. I don't know. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you. Well, I think we should just wrap it up and I'll call the vote. How's that? It's an interesting point, and certainly your point on effort versus priority. There's urgency and importance, and there's I guess we could add urgency, importance, and amount of time and effort to get it done. And so how do we do it? I get the sense around committee that we have some items that we consider fairly urgent with low level of perceived low level of effort to get them done. I guess, one option, we could ask staff to go back and rethink the list with those kinds of considerations in place. Councillor Berry.
Thank you, and thank you for your indulgence. I think that the other piece that we're missing is public safety. Parking's a big issue in BALA and Port Carling for exactly 8 weeks a year. And then you could play road hockey and have to yell car about once an hour unless it's rush hour. So is that a big deal? Some might perceive it's a revenue grab. So that's my opinion. On the other hand, we've got fireworks and fires, both of which are environmentally an issue, and both of which, because of the climate change, we have exhibited. So I'm not gonna propose that climate change, I'm not gonna make that argument. I'm just gonna say what we have experienced in the last 3 or 4 summers tells us that those are serious risks. And quite frankly, I think you're going to find that they're relatively simple to do, that we're going to get pushback from contractors. Yeah, but contractors are burning building materials and they keep a can of beans beside it to say, oh, it's a cooking for a fire. It's, fire for, well, some do.
Let's not
Some do.
slanderous.
Some do.
Please. Yeah, well,
Some do.
we don't need to raise that.
Not all, but it's not, I mean,
Councilor Burry, please.
many of the things that we are putting bylaws in place are not for the majority. It's for the minority. Let's be clear. If we all behaved appropriately, we wouldn't even need a bylaw. We just have
So,
mutual
okay.
respect and carry on. But we have some bad actors. And because of that, we have bylaws.
Right, so
And
back to the issue at point.
Safety.
So
My
th-
issue
so-
is safety and
we have-
environment.
So we have safety, we have quick fix or time, urgency versus and effort. Safety, urgency, and effort are sort of three criteria that we could perhaps use to establish another priority, relook at this priority list.
Yeah.
And maybe age of, like it's really old and needs updated, but that's might be fourth on the list. Mayor Kelly.
Not all things really old need to be updated.
Yeah, you're looking at one.
I would just add to safety, peaceful use or peaceable use of your occupation of your property. Noise is clearly an issue. And noise is really really a messy thing to try to wade into. How do you define it? How do you measure it? From where do you measure it? Is it repetitive once off? Is a hard sneeze disruptive enough? So there's a lot there. There's a lot there. But I think anything that disrupts the use of your property, whether it's noise, whether it's dogs running, wildfire for sure, is a safety issue as well. I actually started on this list from the bottom and worked up. Business licensing is certainly a big deal, but not compared to about 7 of the other 8 things, as far as I'm concerned. Fireworks burning, that's disruption of your ability to enjoy your place. It's also a threat to the environment. It's also all sorts of stuff that we stand for. Problem is a matter of political will. As I recall, the last time we looked at fireworks, we had people who were adamant that family tradition stipulated fireworks on May 24, and we yielded to that. It doesn't make it right one day a week if it's wrong the rest of the year. So.
Ms. Minor.
Thank you. Aside from the valid safety concerns and people being able to enjoy their properties and stuff, I would like to mention that one of the rationale behind the order of this bylaw is actually enforcement of these bylaws. Yes, some of them are outdated, but this is also through everyday enforcement of these bylaws, challenges that staff are having in enforcing them, in addressing issues that come up every day that we can't address, that we continue to get concerns for. So that does play a pretty big role in it. I know there was mention about parking and stuff, that it may only be an issue during the summertime, but we actually receive a lot of concerns throughout the winter time with interference with snow removal and stuff. And we, to be frank, do have some issues with our success in prosecutions of these bylaw offenses. So that is, a large reason behind the prioritization of these bylaws and how they're laid out.
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And Ms. Miners raises a really good point. A lot of the stuff that we already have on the books are challenging for us to gather the evidence and make a successful prosecution stick. It's no good to anybody, and least of all to our bylaw enforcement team, to hand them all these do nots that we can't enforce. It just creates more aggravation and frustration. So I think, to a certain degree, and frankly, then we have the other thing, and I'm going to set aside the debates or the delegations we heard this morning. I'll use an example that didn't come from this morning. You've got these sort of grandfathered rights that exist at certain locations to do certain things. And if you're going to buy a cottage next door to a marina, you better get used to marina sounds and not come back and claim that the marina has to be moved or shut down. The marina's been there forever, assuming it's properly zoned. And so, that also factors into, I would think, a very stressful issue for a bylaw enforcement, is being called out to something that might have a better right than the complainant does to carry on the way it's doing.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. I guess to that end, it's not only us, the bylaw and the officers. It's the people, it's the taxpayers who don't really understand the mechanism with which to put that complaint in. To start the process of, my neighbor just put on 2-foot long birch tree and it's burning up and it's over here or they're letting off fireworks on Saturday night. I think a lot about our bylaw and how we can help them help us. So I think that's vital. And I think that dovetails in with what you've said. It's not, it's not just them, it's the people that have to, you try to put in a phone and put in or electronic sound complaint about your neighbor's music, which is like being at the Cove in the Bahamas. And they won't shut it down. You can go and ask them, they won't shut it down. You call or you put this in and they come back to you the next day and say they can play it till 11 o'clock. So they can play it all day. So those are the kind of issues, whether it's the dog barking or the music. We need to give these folks the tools. I agree with that. And I think by having more strict bylaws on some of these nuisance cases could really work to that end. And I don't think it would be an onerous task, because the mayor has indicated, again, things like fireworks.
But
that's easy.
And so this is a very fulsome discussion with 30 reveals the absolute complexity of us. How do we decide which ones to do first? And frankly, I don't have an easy answer on this. So I asked David to do a little bit of thinking about it, and he's had 35 seconds. Oh, let's see what he can do. CAOK, thank you for indulging me.
Thank you for that. And it's just more or less just thinking aloud, but I think we all recognize the difficulty in prioritizing, and I think the mayor hit the nail on the head. We can all sit around and have a different list. The other factor, and I think Ms. Miners more or less alluded to, with enforceability, you'll notice some of what you may view as more important environmental or health or safety bylaws are lower on the list, but those were recently fairly comprehensively reviewed within the last few years. You'll notice the ones on the top of the list, some for business licensing, I think date to the 80s or 70s. And noise 2005, public ramps 2003. So that's why they're higher on the list as well, because they're in sore need of a refresh, of an update or review. So to get to the end of the line, it's either accept that staff has done this analysis and hence created this list and brought it to you. I think really the only fair way is if a member of committee feels that a certain bylaw should be in a different location, is to have a mover and a seconder put that on the table. And if you can convince the majority of your peers that it be moved, the only drawback to that approach is that it could go on for a long time if a lot of people wanted to do that. But I think if we stick to a few key wishes, I've heard fireworks and burning, then perhaps that's more manageable. But I think that's the only sort of fair way, without endless straw votes and sort of circular discussion, is to put a motion on the floor that, for example, the fireworks bylaw be put top of the list, and see if a majority of council agrees with that. Committee, sorry.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you, and thanks for that. But I mean, I'd hate to usurp other important bylaw requirements by my friend here and I putting in a motion that we would like to focus on, fireworks and fire. I don't know, you say burning, on fire. Then that would, everybody has a say. So to put a motion forward on those two items, to get those to the top of, if that moves it to the top of the list, it isn't really the most democratic way to, because there's other priorities. So I'm as confused as you. I think they're important, but I don't know how to do it.
Councillor Burry.
So the question would be, how much political will does council have? Because quite frankly, fireworks and fire could be, if there's political will, could be quite easy to get dealt with very quickly and help Ms. Miners and her bylaw team then focus on the pieces that are more. But if we don't have political will, because, grannies always set off fireworks on the 24th of May and quite frankly, Canada Day this year became 6 or 7 days for the most of the southern part of Lake Joseph and Rosso. If we have political will, it could be very quickly implemented. If we don't have courage, It's going to be like every other decision.
Mayor Kelly.
I'm just going to add one thought to that, though. The problem with fireworks is it's often carry so far over water that the first question is, where is this happening? And you have no idea. Even if you can sort of get a visual on it, you don't know if it's 2 miles away or 20 miles away. And you don't know if it's bouncing off of islands and coming to you. Like we're not doing anybody any favors by sending bylaw enforcement out on a wild goose chase because we don't have any idea. We've had fireworks where Councillor Burry and I phone call. I said, that sounds like it's coming from your house. And he said he thought it was coming from my house and it was somewhere in the 2 miles in between, you know.
So if I might, and
Councillor Burry.
the mayor and I, thank you, and through you, the mayor and I did have that conversation and we did laugh, and I actually saw where they were coming from, so I was able to determine it. But I think one of the problems we have with both fire and with fireworks is the complexity of our bylaws. If you've got it this day and this day between this time and this time, if you just say you don't do it, it's way easier to enforce. It's just a complete and utter fireworks ban in the township of Muskoka Lakes is going to be easier to enforce than the current bylaw. A no daytime burning bylaw in the township of Muskoka Lakes is going to be way more.
Councillor Burry.
Okay.
Let's not debate the bylaw.
I'm not well,
but
just,
may I suggest
it's political will.
No, I understand. So political will means, let's see, take direct CEO Pink's suggestion. If committee, the bylaw burning, the fireworks and the burning bylaw seem to be heavy discussion. If you want to propose a resolution that we move those to the top and get a seconder, we can have a quick discussion about it. And then we can, and if they go to the top, then we can see if there are any others. But those seem to be at the very top. Councillor Mazin, are there any other that we might like to add to that list? Councillor Mazin.
No, thank you. And through you, I was just, what I'm hearing is I'm supporting, I think, what you were just suggesting there, which is if there's an interest, and I almost would separate the fireworks from the burning, as much as I know we want to put them together. They're two separate things, and it's going to attract two different stakeholder groups, right? So I think just in the interest of your passion on the fireworks in particular, my recommendation, separate the two. It's separated here as well. I heard from a safety standpoint that might take a precedent over something like the parking bylaw, that we might be willing to move something like that down. So my suggestion to Councillor Burry would be put forward a motion to perhaps put that further on the list in advance of the parking.
I would absolutely do that. I would not put them together, but my resolution would be to add fireworks to the first priority and fire burning as the second, and see if we can't make some progress relatively quickly to make it a better place to live.
And we have a second for that. So give us just another 30 seconds. Our very efficient deputy clerk has that dialed up, and we can have that debate. Now, and we should think about, is there anything else that's pressing that we want to have a similar one, put it into a, number 3 spot? Councillor Mazin.
Just a quick follow-up to the language on that motion. I just wanted to be sure that we're understanding, if we're putting that now at the top of the list, essentially what we're doing is then moving the noise control, which we've just passed, down on that list, and want to be sure that from staff's perspective that that's achievable. I'm really sorry. It's just, no, you've asked me to do that.
Councillor Kent.
The only caveat I'd have with what Councillor Burry is suggesting, that if it says 3 to 6 months, if we go at it in a very simple way, but the kind of ideas he's talking about are serious changes that are then going to require a public consultation, and it's going to be a long process. I think it's unrealistic to say, well, we're going to do something with a lot of will, ban fireworks or whatever you want to do, except for these 2 days or something. That's fine, but we have to take that to the public, don't we? And that ends up being a long process.
CEO Pink. I know you've already said it, but when do we have to go to the public?
Again, through you, thank you, Short answer, there's no strict legislation. There's no, unlike planning applications that were legislatively mandated to have a public meeting and receive comments. With changes to bylaws like these, you do not have to engage with the community or formally consult or have a public meeting. And with that said, it certainly is best practice. And it comes down sometimes to a discretionary decision. If it's simply changing the, the Monday prior on the Canada Day to just simply Canada Day, perhaps you might feel that doesn't warrant community engagement. Should you wish to move to an outright complete ban of fireworks, staff would probably suggest to you that you want to consult with the community on such a significant change. And hence, I think to my original comments, that's how these processes tend to take on a life of their own, and hence are a little bit longer than we first planned when we set out. But again, so long story short, you not have to. But again, in many instances, it is good practice too.
All right, I think we have a resolution here, do we? Councillor Zavitz.
Yeah, through you, and again, for the indulgence. I mean, could this even be approached in a different way in terms of the emergency aspect of fire, the dangers of wildfire that we're now seeing and experiencing in the drought conditions / fireworks? Could the township, is there something we could do? I'm not trying to get around public debate, but can we enact something? Because I think we've always heard you can always undo something as well. So I just put that out there.
CEO Pink and then Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, I think understanding correctly, you're correct. You can make subsequent changes relatively easily if you feel. And again, I don't want to imply as if we need an extensive communication plan to just change the discharge days. I think how this discussion started was simply to clarify around Canada Day weekend. And that, I think, could be done relatively straightforward. I did want to just add one additional comment. Keep in mind the prior matter that we just discussed was a noise bylaw, and it laid out a process and it include timelines of that. So just be cognizant now, if this amended resolution changes the prioritization list, the timelines on your noise bylaw will change. It's just to make committee aware.
Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. Again, about the burning issue, daytime burning. The permit process is pretty tight. Like fires yes, there will be individuals that will have fires that didn't take out permits, but currently from a contractor's perspective, those permits are very detailed about the size of the fire. And in fact, the odd time I've seen the chief come by. So I'm just saying, whether he was in the area or whatever, it's a very different model than just saying no burning to the whole public. And also along with that, I remember many years ago putting it in something in place for BALA, and I think it was Port Carling as well, that really prescribed more of why you can't burn in town during the day. So I just think that there's a little more to this than just saying let's not allow burning during the daytime, because I think we will have a lot of pushback from those that actually do it correctly. You know, they apply for the permit. Our chief found that was all okay. I didn't hear him saying that it's not working. And I would also like further on, if we're going to be bringing these types of things up, I would like statistics there. How many fires happened because of these things?
Councillor Nishikawa, thank you. Just let me go to Councillor Roberts, who has his hand up, and then I'm going to read this resolution that's been proposed by Councillor Burry. Councillor Roberts.
Yes, we'll read the resolution and then I'll comment.
All right. So we have a resolution moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Zavitz. Be it resolved that the resolution be amended to add that the prioritized list of bylaws to be updated attached to Appendix 2 to report DSCS-2025-035 be amended such that fireworks bylaw be moved to number 1 and burning bylaw be moved to number 2. All right, so we've had some commentary on this already. Are there any further? I have one question. Let me have a question for CAO Pink. You said it might affect the, was it the noise bylaw that we're going out for? But if that's been already started, then don't these come after that?
For you, I think the resolution before you is to move fireworks first, burning second. Again, just
Oh, I
purely
see what you're saying.
my gut feel would say the changes, if it's simply to change the discharge days of the fireworks bylaw, that would be quite quick and it wouldn't probably disrupt any timelines on the noise bylaw that you just considered. But if there's a move to potentially prohibit daytime burning in the township entirely, I think that is something you'd want to engage with the community with. Will likely take some time and would likely push any noise bylaw update to likely not next year. Again, this is just purely my sense. But I think that's a substantial change to that bylaw that will likely spur a lot of community input and interest in that.
Councillor Ishikawa.
Could we ask the movers if they would squeeze the noise bylaw in between the two?
Suggestion, yes. Councillor Roberts. We still
Thank
have, do you have your?
Thank you. Yes. So this list is a best effort list. So we can prioritize all they want, but it took 3 years to get to the point that we are at now. Well, it'll take 3 years to get the noise bylaw updated. I think this is a budget discussion. The mayor had mentioned when he came back that we don't have effort on any of this. So I think we just take those 3 and bring them to budget. And we get an effort assigned to it, and we decide then where CAO Pink said, you know, if you want to do this, this is how much it's going to cost you, and here's a deliverable, here's a date. If you want to do all that, it's going to be this date. So I think this is a budget discussion. You know, it's because we can do the best efforts all we want, but we're fooling ourselves if we think we don't sign staff to this. That'll be done in a short period of time.
Committee, thank you for that, Councillor Roberts. Committee, let's just focus on the current resolution in front of us, which is to move burning bylaw to number 1 and fireworks bylaw to number 1 and burning bylaw to number 2. Councillor Nishikawa.
Sorry, when I had made a suggestion, I didn't hear you asking them.
I'm sorry, could you re-ask it?
I was asking the movers if they would mind adjusting their motion to putting the noise bylaw between the two, the fireworks and the burning bylaw.
All right.
I would be absolutely fine with having noise as number 2. So fireworks, noise, and then fire seems to me to be consensus of what's around the table. And we recognize that staff have issues. You know, I mean, I will.
Thank you. So just for expeditiousness, if we could have a vote on this and defeat it, we'll have another one with that revision in it. All right. So yeah, I guess otherwise we'll have to go a process to amend this one as read.
It's easiest to do this.
All right. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. We're never going to get this done. Let's pick one as the top one, and then we'll sort out the rest as they come up.
And remember, this is coming back to council next. It'll be your problem next month.
My problem. But in all honesty, this is not a good use of anyone's time. And I would much rather just say, this is the hot priority, whatever we think it is. We'll find out when we throw it out to a vote, and the majority will rule, and we'll get working on that one. And as it starts to get close, we can figure out what the next one is.
Are you suggesting then that we just have a resolution to say, here's the first priority and all the rest not be listed?
And the fact that there's only 8 choices means at least one of them will get more votes than the rest.
All right. So
let's defeat this. Go ahead and defeat this.
All those in favor? The one I just read. We're getting rid of it. So we can start over again. All those in favor? None. All those against? Thank you. Defeated. All right.
We're voting against ourselves. Here we go.
No, you're voting so that you can enable what you next agreed to. All right, so you have suggested that we're going to stick noise into number 2 on that list. Mayor Kelly has suggested that we only just have a list of 1.
Yeah, just go with fire.
And then we can come back later and figure out the rest.
Yep.
So I'm not going to read this one. Mayor Kelly, can you find a seconder for that idea?
Yeah.
All right, so let's.
Just want to get fireworks dealt with.
Yes.
Thank you. For clarification, so nothing really has changed other than like noise is noise where it's being worked on, right?
Yeah.
So the first priority, as I understand it, then would be fireworks, which, am I right? That seems to be the easy, low fruit, and noise concurrent because it's being worked on now. So we're not really voting to push noise away or behind. Am I wrong, or could I get clarification on that?
Mayor Kelly? What was your intent of your emotion?
Rachel, what are we doing?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
I hope it is. Is it? Okay. Can I suggest that because we just brought forward a report on the noise control bylaw, myself and the communication specialist has started a bit of a background process on doing consultation with the public. Can I suggest that we continue working on with the noise control bylaw, and if we have time to sneak in the fireworks for like a quick amendment, if you guys are open to doing that, and then we'll continue down the list as what's provided.
I'd be completely agreeable to that. Completely agreeable to that. I mean,
Mayor Kelly?
I think fireworks is very low hanging fruit, frankly,
Fair.
if we have
All right.
political will.
Let me just pause. Ms. Miners?
One thing I will mention, like I understand what's being proposed by committee may be like a quick and easy amendment to the fireworks bylaw. I will maybe refresh your memory that when we did do the fireworks bylaw update a couple of years ago, that we did receive like a substantial public response from it. Like we did receive, I think, 300 or 400 responses in our public survey, which was a lot. I'll just throw that out there just for your information.
Thank you. All right. Committee, I'm going to stop discussion right now. We are going to just let our deputy clerk craft that.
If there's anything to craft.
Good luck with that.
That basically, I don't
think there's anything to craft.
Let me just see.
No, my understanding, I think we got agreement, or there seemed to be at least 2 enthusiastic supports for what Ms. Miners said, which was we're going to prioritize the work on the noise bylaw and at the same time do a proposed quick fix to the fireworks.
As the
Mayor Kelly?
As the one who made the motion, my intention was not to disturb the work already underway.
Right.
But to put the next priority in place, which was fireworks.
Right.
I think fireworks, yeah.
Give me a second.
Hold on. So no more discussion for the moment, please.
Want me to show it to them or you?
Mayor Kelly, let me just read it and see if you agree with it. Moved by Mayor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that the resolution be amended to add, and that fireworks bylaw be brought forward at the earliest opportunity in order to amend the discharge days. Councillor Nishikawa, so now I will consider that read. We are now in discussion period.
I'm a little concerned that the message or whatever we want this fireworks thing done by next spring. or come forward that much sooner. But I understand the noise bylaw is going to take forever, so I don't want to have to wait too long, because I do believe the fireworks thing is an easier thing to clean up. I think that there was somewhat of an abuse of this year, and I do believe so. That's all I'm getting at, is I don't want to just leave it so that next summer we haven't addressed it.
It does say at the earliest opportunity.
Again, my point is that I think we should be putting a timeline on something, because it may not be the earliest opportunity. If the other bylaw that we're working on is taking so long.
If I may, through you,
Mayor Kelly,
we have an extraordinarily competent staff, well managed, and I'm sure this will get done. We don't need to put timelines on our staff.
committee, any further discussion on this? All those in favor? Any opposed? We will be back at 2 o'clock for lunch, after lunch.
Can I just?
What time is it now?
12:30.
Oh, I can't see. I'm sorry. It's 1:30. No, I think we have 3. We have 3 files left.
Yeah.
Folks, hold on a sec. There is some discussion.
Could we do?
Staff, how do you feel?
10-minute break and then finish.
No? What, you'd prefer lunch? Oh, Ms. Walker,
I think our support staff needs lunch.
thank you. Turn at 1:30, everybody. Okay. Right.
Counselor Kent. So Counselor Kent's in the waiting room. I'm sure.
Okay, we're missing Counselor Kent, but she'll be in a minute.
She's here but we don't.
No, Counselor Roberts said he won't be in.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he just sent me a text. He's just got a doctor's appointment or something.
Okay.
Right, committee, welcome back. Hope we enjoyed the she's here, yeah. Hope you enjoyed the lovely weather outside. We have 3 cases left, but before we get to that, we neglected to ask you to approve the main motion as amended on that last topic we were talking about, the prioritization. So does anybody need me to reread anything? You want the whole thing read again? All right, so those who approve the motion as amended, all in favor? Thank you, carried. All right. Next up, we have Salvatore, and that is Walker.
All right, thank you, Chair Bosomworth. The next application to be heard is Official Plan Amendment Application OPA 61 in the name of Salvatore. The subject lands are known municipally as 1008 Lidsley Road, Unit 8. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 22 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the application is to permit the subject property to be redeveloped with a greater lot coverage than the 2013 official plan supports. The proposed official plan amendment is from section B.9.6A of the township's 2013 official plan. The proposed OPA would permit a lot coverage that exceeds 1/10 of the permitted lot coverage on the entire property and within 200 feet of the high water mark. A lot coverage of 18% is proposed. In this case, the entire property is within 200 feet of the high water mark. A concurrent zoning bylaw amendment application has not been submitted at this time, and the plans attached to the public notice are for reference purposes only. The proposed amendment would not permit a particular development, but would rather allow for a zoning bylaw amendment application to be submitted to permit a lot coverage exceeding 11%. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 34 days in advance of this meeting, and 8 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Matt Veach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Chriselle Story, the Township's Lands and Agreements Coordinator, and Sarah Campbell, Planner for the District of Muskoka. Letters of support were also received from Paula and Danny Salvatore, the neighboring property owners to the west, Sam Consentio, an area property owner, Paul Thornton, the neighboring property owner to the south, Philip Manning, an area property owner, and Jason Bear, an area property owner. These comments have all been circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff would recommend that Official Plan Amendment 61 Salvatore not be adopted. Staff have no further comments at this time, but are happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. The applicant's agent, I believe, is Mr. Russell, or is that Mr. Surbach, perhaps? Oh, no, there we are.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm Mr. Russell, Robert Russell from Robert Russell Planning Consultants.
And if you can welcome, and if you give us your address, we will, and you have 5 minutes.
Sure. My address is 162 Guelph Street, number 209, Georgetown, Ontario, L7G5X7. And I see my presentation is up. I'll be as brief as possible, understanding that this meeting has been going on for quite some time, despite our recent respite. So I did want to kind of preface this with a little bit of context to say the intent is one, of course, to rebuild the cottage. The growing family needs. The current cottage is under 1,400 square feet in area on the inside. It's a single story. So effectively, they're looking to add a little bit of room and then add the second story. All of the changes that are being proposed, with the exception of the increase in lot coverage, actually bring the rest of the property into better conformance with the vision and the policies in the official plan and the zoning bylaw as well. I did want to say that the architect, the designer, had a pre-consultation with town staff December 18th last year. And the reason the zoning bylaw wasn't submitted is because it was noted that the OPA would be required, but that if the OPA was approved, variances would be sufficient. And it was too premature to submit a application for variance to get to the committee before we had this meeting and your decision on the matter. With that being said, could I have the next slide, please? So here's the neighbors heard support. So of the letters that were listed, here's just a representation of where those properties are. So the magenta property is the subject property, and the green properties are all of those area neighbors in support. So you can see on this little peninsula there that there were no objections on the peninsula, and 5 out of the 6 other properties on the peninsula are supportive of this application. Next slide, please. So just to review this site plan a little bit, as the existing dwelling footprint as a single story is 127 square meters, and that's just under 1,400. The proposed dwelling does increase that to 160. That's a modest increase in footprint of just 32 square meters. The existing lot coverage right now, and this is where I disagree a little bit with staff on this. So there is, to provide a little context, in the bottom left corner, there is an existing vinyl clad shed that was constructed and potentially without permit, and there was a court case on this, and that was decided back in 2013. Unfortunately, none of our lawyers, or none of the consultants or the owner's lawyers, or the town have been able to actually dig up the actual decision that came out of that. So we're relying basically on spotty records and recollections. Obviously, there wasn't an order to take it down, so that part is clear. Is that there wasn't an order to remove it, and as the owner says, the decision was that this could remain, and as such, even if a permit would have been required afterwards, which I don't know if it would have been, it should be considered as part of the existing context, regardless of whether it meets the definition of legal non-conforming. So it should be considered as an existing structure, the legality of which it can be there, but maybe there was a step that needed to be followed. We just don't know that. So with that in mind, this is why my numbers here on coverage differ a little bit from what's in the staff report. So I take the existing lot coverage, including that vinyl clad shed, at 15.18. So we're just looking for a modest increase for that to the 18. And I should note that existing 15.18 is, even including this vinyl clad shed, was constructed, even though it did not have a permit necessarily, which is, I think, the reason for the court case. It is existing and it is permitted to remain based on that court decision. So we're really just looking at moving from 15.18 existing to the 18.0. And that's an increase of 42 square meters. Next slide, please. So this gets more into the zoning part, but I feel it helps set the context, and because the vision, like the intent is really to protect the waterfront character. I'm aware of that. I've processed a number of variances and site plans in the town. I've been to the Committee of Adjustment, although this is the first time I've represented in front of the council or planning committee.
Mr. Russell, you're about 4.5 minutes in, so just consider that.
Yeah, I will. This is my final slide. Well, second to last, but the last one's a wrap up. So we're actually reducing the amount of footprint of the cottage within the setback. So the existing cottage does encroach in the setback. We're reducing that. We're also reducing the total area of sun deck by almost 12 meters. We are reducing the amount of sun deck that encroaches into the required setback by 20 meters, 20 square meters. And that's all represented in the green hatching. That's all area that is within the setback that encroaches that we're going to be removing to help it restore a more natural shoreline. Next slide, please. I'll note that District of Muskoka OP has very similar policies with regard to the need to protect waterfront character. And I've listed the areas there. I will note, and in the staff report, district staff do not object to this. So in district staff planning opinion, they do not believe this impacts or will be detrimental to the waterfront character.
If you could wrap it up now, please.
Yep. And essentially, I have said the other 2 points that are on here already. So, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We're trying to, we're making an improvement when it comes to waterfront character, but we are asking for an allowance for additional coverage that will be hidden away from the waterfront towards the road. And happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Committee, do we have, or are there any parties wishing to speak either for or against this application? All right, committee, do we have questions for the applicant, agents, or Ms. Walker? You sure about that? All right. Ms. Walker, what is the difference between not be adopted and be denied?
It's just a difference in terminology, and OPA has to be adopted by the township, whereas if it was a zoning bylaw, it would be denied.
Thank you. One never would have known. Okay, so let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that official plan amendment 61 Salvatore not be adopted. Committee, do we have any discussions on this item? Councillor Nishikawa.
I think it's important to comment that it's just far beyond what we would approve. And I do find it precedent setting. And while it may not impact this particular neighborhood, I get that he's a well-loved community member and things, but it is a big challenge for our municipality to move forward if we allow this type of lot coverage. Thank you.
Committee, any other comments? I'd like to echo that. To describe an extra 3% as just 3% is not something the way we view lot coverage in this township. With applications that have no grandfathering rights, I don't think I've ever seen anything go over the 11%. And lot coverage is a sacrosanct here. So let me call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. This carries. Next item is item 7.c.1, which is B 3738/24 ML and ZBA 44/25. This is Herrmann and Marshall. And I believe this is Ms. Walker.
Thank you again, Chair Bosomworth. We'll just wait for the presentation. The next applications to be heard are consent applications B/37/38/24 ML and zoning bylaw amendment applications at BA 44/24 in the name of Herrmann and Marshall. Next slide, please. The subject lands are known municipally as 1805 Peninsula Road, Unit 33. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketch on page 448 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the proposed applications is to sever the subject property and to create one new lot and grant a right-of-way. Next slide, please. Consent. So just a bit of history. There has been past severances on this property. So consent application B06070816 ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1016 in the name of Herrmann were submitted in February of 2016. In November 2018, the consent applications were denied by the Committee of Adjustment, but the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 10-16 bylaw 2016-27 was approved by council.
At that time, concurrent consent and zoning bylaw amendment applications were not heard simultaneously at Planning Committee. Subsequently, the consent applications were approved by the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, or LPAT, in June of 2019, and it created 3 new lots plus 1 retained lot. So the subject property in the current application formed the retained lot, Lot D, in the previous consent application, and can be seen in green on the screen in front of you. Next slide, please. Several conditions of consent, including the LPAT minutes, were included in the LPAT minutes of settlement. 2 conditions were specifically related to the subject property: that the zoning bylaw amendment be approved only to permit shoreline structures on Lot D within Area 5, and that the zoning bylaw amendment be approved to prohibit future severances of Lot D. Staff have received a legal opinion that the minutes of settlement do not prevent the applicant from making an application to further sever Lot D. Next slide, please. Bylaw 2016-2027 also placed a number of site-specific requirements on the severed and retained lots. The following provisions from Bylaw 2016-027 are specific to the subject property: that the minimum lot requirements for Lot D be 745 feet of lot frontage and 4 acres of lot area, and that the shoreline structures on Lot D shall only be permitted within Area 5. Is shown on the screen in front of you. Next slide, please. The current applications consist of consent applications to sever the subject property to create 1 new lot and to grant a right-of-way over the severed lot for access to the retained lot. The purpose and effect of zoning bylaw amendment ZBA 44/24 is to allow for the creation of 1 additional lot. The zoning bylaw proposes to repeal section 1-4 of bylaw 2016-27, which limits the frontage and area of the parent lot to its existing dimensions. The proposed lots will comply with the lot frontage and area requirements of the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw for the waterfront residential WR5-7 zone. The zoning bylaw will also repeal section 1-7 of bylaw 2016-27, which limits shoreline structures to a specific envelope. The application proposes to permit shoreline structures along 2 sections of the shoreline, which are shown in blue and purple on the screen in front of you. Next slide, please. As part of the previous consent and zoning bylaw amendment applications, a number of reports and studies were completed. Extensive fishery works were undertaken, which determined 6 distinct areas existed along the subject property. Area 5 and 6 front onto the current subject property. Area 6 being identified as being type 1 significant fish habitat, which is why the shoreline structure development was directed outside this area. A boating impacts assessment was also completed, which had no concerns regarding the Lot D, which is the current subject property. As part of the current, next slide, please. As part of the current applications and scoped environmental impact assessment and peer review of the study was completed. A wildland fire hazard assessment was also completed, along with a letter with comments on potential boating impacts and navigational safety. The reports and studies concluded that the conditions exist to permit the severance on the property, provided any recommended mitigation measures are implemented. The EIS concluded that the proposed shoreline structure envelope that's located within type 1 significant fish habitat. However, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, the authority responsible for fish regulation, has provided a letter of advice supporting a dredge associated with the shoreline structure for the severed lot. Beacon has recommended a number of mitigation measures for a future shoreline structure. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 36 days in advance of this meeting, and 30 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Veach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, Paul Lydon, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, Sarah Campbell, Planner for the District of Muskoka, and Hydro One. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting, and no concerns were raised. 21 letters of support were received from Nick Krozak, Stuart Ellis, Susan Blair, Drew and Mary Foss, Christopher Blair, Peter Lloyd, Carol Eplett, Adam Osborne, Lisa Venus, John Welton, Terry Ledger, David Rodman, Brent Evan, Charles B. Ross, Dana Willig, Ed Seagram, Fred Woods, Gail Curran, and Dennis Melfant, Marianne Coward, Mark Willig, and Teresa McKittrick. 4 letters of opposition were received from Tim Rudolph and Sherry Spence, the neighboring property owners to the south. Russell D. Cheeseman, counsel for Dr. David Morris, neighboring property owner to the west. Kim and Jim Williams, area property owners, and Krista and Michael Shaw, who are also area property owners. Any letters that were received after comments were circulated can be found in the document center, and if committee would like time to read any of these submissions in full, please let staff know. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report, and staff have recommended that the applications be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received, and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submission with a view to providing a recommendation to Planning Committee on the applications. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to assist with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The agent's applicant, I think, is Mr. Sherban. Is he in the lineup? Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Sherbak.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Stefan Sherbak, Planscape Inc., 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge. Here today representing Cindy Marshall and Carl Herrmann. Thank you very much to Caitlin for all the work that she's completed, including the presentation. No concerns with the presentation. The applicant is completely aware that this is an information meeting, and that committee and council are listening to questions, comments, and concerns raised through this. We all had presentations. We were all present this morning, ready to go with the application. I'm happy to say that Carl and Cindy have had discussions with the neighboring objector, represented by Mr. Cheeseman. Everybody was in the office this morning, and they're in the middle of negotiating a purchase of the property. And both parties, but more importantly, my clients, the applicant, are requesting that the statutory public meeting be deferred until the November meeting. So we understand that obviously there'll be a recirculation of the application. We don't want to, I don't think any party wants to miss any opportunities to provide comments through the statutory requirements. But again, they're just asking the committee to pause making their decision, which is obviously in front of you today, to defer making a decision. But if for whatever reason they can't come to terms with the agreement, Cindy and Carl would like us to carry on with the applications at hand. But if they are successful with their negotiations, the file will be handed over to the neighbor. So my request today is obviously to support the deferral, which is great. Glad to see there's a deferral in front of you. But again, if we'd like to push the statutory public meeting comments again to the November meeting, if things change, we will advise the municipality accordingly so that nobody is missing an opportunity to comment and provide proper planning comments. That's all I would like to request and all I need to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody here wishing to speak for or against the application? If we preferred the speak in favor of the application, come up first.
Would be against the application.
All right, well, let me ask, is there anyone in the lineup or in the room wishing to speak in favor of the application? Very well. Sir, if you state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, my name is Mike Sullivan. I'm a planner with Land Parole Planning Solutions. I represent Dr. David Morris on this file, which is he's the western neighbor. And we have had discussions, as Mr. Sherbak just mentioned, we've had discussions this morning. You saw me coming in and out of the room a few times. Dr. Morris wishes to purchase this property. to add to his. And he needs some assurances from, I guess, my company doing due diligence to make sure he can get what he wants, which is going to be, he doesn't want to sever the property anymore, doesn't want to create a new lot. He wants to simply adjust the lot line and allow him, ensure that he can put the a boathouse where he wants to. So his intention is not to sever, but to adjust his lot line to give him a little bit more room. And then he already has a person that will buy the property. We just need a little bit of time to put our information together, which, as you mentioned, is a deferral, just in order that he can go ahead and make the purchase. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to speak either for or against? Yes. It's been a long day for you, so thank you for waiting.
Sherry Spence, Tim Rudolph. We represent the owners to the south of this said lot. We have a lot of concerns with the severing, but also the location of the proposed boathouse. When we built 13 years ago, we were under a lot of scrutiny and a lot of regulation around deer migration, representing the natural shoreline. The area they're proposing that boathouse is the shallowest area of the entire waterlands. And similar to us, we have a beach area right beside it. We put our boathouse over to the side. We think this is a huge habitat. We have blue herrings come in. We have many fish. Many fishermen are very, very popular site for them to come in and do their fishing. There's birds, there's turtles, and we believe that there would have to be some substantial dredging should he put a boathouse in that area. And we don't think that's something that is conducive to our environmental concerns in the area. Second to that, our water line goes out that way. And substantial dredging and boat traffic right at that point of our bay, we believe would very much harm the quality of the water that we're bringing into our cottage.
All right. Thank you very much. And is there anybody else wishing to speak for or against? Hmm?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah. Did you give us your name and address? I don't think so.
It's Sherry Spence. We're at 266 Riverdale Road in Port Carlin.
Thank you. Okay, good. Committee, do we have questions? Councillor Nishikawa.
Just very quickly, because I'm waiting for the deferral as well, but I thought I read that they got permission to dredge from the ministry, which is not in something we have control over.
Ms. Walker, can you comment on that? I think there was a plan and they had ministry advice on that. Perhaps you could enlighten us on both of those topics.
Yep. They have a letter of advice from the DFO saying that they don't believe there'll be any adverse impacts to fish habitat provided the mitigation measures are followed. And that is also what has been echoed in the environmental impact assessment. I do not, to my knowledge, believe that they have MNRF approval for the dredge yet, but based on the letter of advice from DFO, they felt it was likely that one will be issued.
The committee, any other questions?
No, Councillor Kent.
Oh, Councillor Kent and then Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you. You got me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Maybe this is just history that I don't recollect or understand, but the history I thought said that there was, in the last severance, that there was a requirement that this 745 feet or Lot D not be severed. And was that because there had already been 3 severances? What was the history there? That's my first question. And then I have a follow-up, just a comment, actually.
Ms. Walker?
Yeah, so Through you, that is correct. As part of the settlement that was reached between the township and the applicants at the time it went to LPAT, there was an agreement that Lot D would not be severed further. And I believe that was to just prevent any further density along this part of the Joe River. But further, it was also in relation to the fish habitat. So because there was 6 areas, and let me back up a little bit. There was 6 areas defined along this portion of the original HERRMANN property. There was 2 areas that were defined as being type 1 significant fish habitat. One of those areas is on one of the other severed lots. The second area is area 6, and that's on our current property today that we're looking at. And that area is on the east side where the new boathouse is being proposed. So a further environmental assessment was done for this application. It did conclude it is type 1 fish habitat, but a letter of advice was also provided from the DFO, who are the regulatory body in this regard, saying that provided the proposed mitigation measures were implemented, that they didn't think there'd be any adverse impact, and that was peer reviewed. So it was kind of twofold. My understanding from the previous process was the larger concern was the fish habitat, and that there wouldn't be an envelope for a shoreline structure on that portion of the lot that we're looking at today. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, so I have a follow-up.
Follow on, Councillor Kent?
Yeah, follow-up was just, so if there hadn't been that one issue, would they have just severed it into 5 or 6 pieces at the time? Which of course would have meant that it was a development, not just a little by little and severing of a piece of land. Was that the rationale for not severing that last piece?
Ms. Walker?
My understanding is the proposal at that time was only for 3 additional lots. So there was never a proposal that was submitted to staff as a formal application for any additional lots. I don't know. I don't have any further history on if the owner had other plans at that time.
Mr. Zerbeck, I see you have your hand up. Perhaps you can offer some insight.
Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak again, and through you to Councillor Kent. To take a step back, yes, this lot was originally proposed to be severed. It formed part of the original applications that were in front of the township at the time. After the application was turned down and appealed, there was a settlement agreement with the municipality, and Ms. Walker is correct. Because there was some questions related to the fish habitat along the shoreline, it was agreed between both parties to put a pin in this property and basically say, until this work has been completed and you can prove that this severance can occur properly within the fish habitat, until that work is completed, there's going to put, it will be zoned to prevent a severance until that work is completed. So there is some information in the planning report that shows this was always the intent of the applicant. And again, through the discussions and negotiations with township, in order for the applicants to proceed with most of their severances, this one was put on a shelf until the work was completed. The work is now completed, here we are. But again, to reiterate, this could all be for nothing if the applicants come into an agreement where I think the severance may disappear, where it may not even be an issue if the properties change hands. So I just wanted to reiterate that point as well.
Okay, thank you. I do have a comment later, Rob. That's after you read the resolution.
We'll come back to you. Any other questions? If not, I think I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Zabit, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that decisions in consent application B3738/24 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-44/24 Herrmann and Marshall be deferred so that public and agency comments can be received, and that staff be directed to undertake a review and analysis of the submissions with a view to providing a recommendation to Planning Committee on the application. Committee, any discussions or comment? Councillor Kent, you had a comment.
Thank you, Rob, or Councillor Bosomworth.
This is a sort of related but unrelated comment. I travel this waterway at least 3 or 4 times a week all summer long, and I've been watching the development go up, particularly on the right side as you're coming south from Lake Joe. And one of my biggest concerns has been the fact that it's a very, very narrow waterway, particularly prior to where this piece of property is. And there's a cut there. And there's been the homeowners, whoever has developed these properties, seem to have no ability to clean up the tree mess that has been made by the prior storms. And they leave it stuck out in the middle of what is already a very narrow waterway. And I realize this is outside of our jurisdiction, but I think it's something that needs to be considered because since the homeowners are not cleaning up the mess, which is, in my opinion, their responsibility, it's become a boater's responsibility to swerve and weave to make sure they don't run over the trees that are in. And actually, one of the pictures from the presentation presented by staff showed a picture of those few trees sitting out there in the middle of the waterway. So I don't know if this is something the ministry needs to manage. I know that Mayor Kelly and I have discussed this at one point, but I think that going forward, anybody who lives on a very narrow waterway needs to be responsible for cleaning up their tree damage because it's an imposition on everybody, particularly if we're going to develop further what is an already narrow water body. Sorry.
Do we have
my
no,
little
that
rant.
wasn't related to the application, but I let you have your say. The committee, do we have any other comments or suggestions here? I have one comment. If this deferral, it's a question to Ms. Walker. If we deferred as per the red resolution, would the next meeting be a public meeting?
I may look to Director Huff to supplement
Director
this, but I think we could defer as proposed, and staff always has the ability to recirculate an application, which would mean it would be a public meeting when it comes back to committee. I would caution that if we are recirculating for a public meeting, we won't have time to do that for November. It would be a December public meeting at the earliest. Because
the applicant agents, I believe, made that subtle difference. Mr. Surbach, if I know you're asking for a deferral for a different reason, but if that reason doesn't come to fruition, it may not be a public meeting when you come back the next time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understood and acknowledge if that's the case, then assuming the November meeting will then therefore be a decision meeting and there'll be a staff recommendation report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And you're all right with that?
Yes, we're okay if the statutory public. I'm sorry, I'm failing to understand, but you need a 20-day notice to get the statutory to have a secondary statutory public meeting. So I'm curious to know why it couldn't be recirculated before the November meeting if that were the case. The work's done already.
Ms. Walker?
My understanding is the recirculation for a public meeting was for the amended proposal. I'd also note that currently we're unable to circulate through Canada Post, and until that matter goes to council next month, we can't circulate via other means. So we're a little stuck on that. In the meantime, there is the possibility of purulating things, which we're exploring, but that's another issue. So I think if this comes back in its current form for a recommendation, staff can turn that around for November without the need for, if there's no need for another public meeting, if this is what's being proposed today. But if the proposal is changing and we are getting a revised proposal potentially, then I don't think staff has the ability to circulate that in time for November.
Okay. Committee, any other questions?
David.
All right. So no more questions, comments? We're giving a deferral. And we'll let the applicant work their way through their current situation. So if there are no more questions or comments, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That's carried. Okay, our final application today is item D.7.D.1, ZBA 22/25, Kenny, Frankowig, and Monahan. Ms. DeMello, good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair Bosomworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-2225 in the name of Kenny, Frankowig, and Monahan. The subject application involves 4 properties, municipally known as 1247 Innisfree Road, units number 20 and number 24, as well as 2 properties with no assigned civic address. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 599 of the agenda package. The subject application involves 4 separate properties with access from 1247 Innisfree Road. The lot identified as parts 8/9 is currently vacant. The lot identified as parts 10/11 contains an existing dwelling and 2-story boathouse and an attached dock. The lot identified as part 12 contains an existing dwelling, a 2-story boathouse, and a dock. And the lot identified as part 13 is currently vacant. Next slide, please. The application proposes to repeal Site-Specific Bylaw 1999-192. The Site-Specific Bylaw permits a maximum cumulative width of a dock and boathouse to be 110 feet, as shown in the location and extent on Schedule 2 and 3 of the bylaw. Next slide, please. I'm going to provide a brief overview of the history of the properties and how we've gotten to where we are today. The 4 properties subject to this application were created through a consent application that was approved by the Muskoka Land Division Committee in February of 1986. The effect of these consent applications was the creation of the 4 properties that are subject to the application in front of you today, as shown on the screen. These 4 properties are identified as parts 8/9, parts 10/11, part 12, and part 13. Next slide, please. An application to amend the zoning bylaw was submitted in 1998 on behalf of the owner of the 4 lots, being the Kenny Family Trust. The application identified that the proposal included the lands identified as parts 8 to 13. The application proposed to construct a dock and a boathouse addition on part 12. The resultant dock width was 110 feet and the resultant cumulative boathouse width was 55 feet for the first and second stories. The dock and boathouse addition is highlighted in red on the screen. The information submitted to staff at the time indicated that the application involved all of parts 8 to 13, and it appeared to be staff's understanding at the time that the application to permit an oversized dock and boathouse on part 12 involved all 4 properties identified together as parts 8 to 13. It can be presumed that staff were not aware of the previous consent applications resulting in the creation of the 4 lots, and that it was understood by staff that the properties only consisted of 1 lot instead of 4. The result was that the site-specific bylaw was applied to all 4 lots, being parts 8 to 13, when it should only have applied to part 12, which contained the shoreline structures that were the subject of the zoning bylaw amendment application. Next slide, please. Despite the site-specific bylaw limiting shoreline development to part 12 in the location and extent identified in the schedule to the bylaw, a building permit was issued for the construction of a dock and a 2-story boathouse on parts 10/11 in 2003. Next slide, please. The subject application has been submitted to repeal bylaw 1998-192 in its entirety to permit future shoreline development on the lot identified as part 13. No buildings and structures are proposed at this point in time. Repealing the entirety of bylaw 1998-192 would have the effect of allowing future shoreline development on the lots identified as parts 8/9, part 10/11, and part 13 in accordance with the lot development standards of the WR5-7 zone.
Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 31 days in advance of this meeting, and 3 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Beach, the Township's Development Transportation Engineering Coordinator, and Paul Lyden, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, and the District Municipality of Muskoka, stating no objection to the application. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration and recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 2225 be approved, subject to the following minor revisions to the draft bylaw. 1, that existing shoreline structures are restricted to the existing location and extent on parts 10/11 and the existing extent on part 12. 2, that the westerly side yard setback of the existing dock and 2-story boathouse on part 12 be confirmed and added to the draft bylaw. That the length and width of the existing 2-story boathouse on parts 10/11 and part 12 be confirmed and added to the draft bylaw. 2, restrict future shoreline development over part 13 to an area specified as shown in figure 4 of the report, and that any additional schedules be added to reflect the revisions. I have no further comments at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions from committee.
Thank you very much. You're an applicant's agent on this one? Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, many members. My name is Debbie Vandenacker. I'm the applicant's agent for application ZBA 22/25 from Landscape located at 104 Kimberley Avenue in Bracebridge, P1L 1Z8. As was presented by Ms. DeMello, the staff report notes 5 revisions that are required to the bylaw. The first 4 were information confirmations that have been resolved through building permits and surveys that are already on file. And the 5th is a staff requirement to update the zoning bylaw schedule to reflect those confirmations. So I agree that the application conforms to all policy requirements and represents good planning. I'm here if you've got any questions, and Mr. Kenny is also here. If you, there's a lot of history on this property. If you've got historical questions, he's here that can help with. I would just like to comment as well that we interpret the zoning bylaw repeal as a correction of an administrative error. When you look back through the history, there's a lot of pieces that don't make a lot of sense. So you look at it from the perspective of each of these individual lots in terms of the planning that would be required, and that's how we approached it. So happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody wishing to speak for or against this application? No? Committee, do we have any questions? I will read the bylaw or the resolution. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Mazin. Be resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA-22/25 be approved subject to the following revisions to the draft bylaw. That existing shoreline structures are restricted to the existing location and extent on parts 10/11, bracket roll number 6-19-058-01, and that the existing extent on part 12, bracket roll number 6-19-058-2, that the westerly side setback of the existing dock and the 2-story boathouse on part 12, roll number 6-19-058-02 be confirmed and added to the draft bylaw, and that the length and width of the existing 2-story boathouse on parts 10/11, roll number 6-19-058-1 and part 12, roll number 6-19-058-02 be confirmed and added to the draft bylaw to restrict future shoreline development over parts 13, which is roll number 6-19-058, to be specified to a specified area as shown in figure 4, that any schedules be added, that additional schedules be added to reflect the revisions. Committee, do we have any debate on this one? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay, I don't think we have anything left on this agenda. We have, yeah, do we have any OLT status updates that we know of? Director Huff?
Thank you, Chair. Just further to the appeal to the official plan, we did get notice from the tribunal that they are going to rehear the motion that was put forward that questioned whether or not the appeals that were placed from both Lipa and Carr, elements of the appeal to Lipa and Carr and our Muskoka appeals to the official plan are valid. So you'll recall before we received a full dismissal of all of those appeals, there was a challenge request for the tribunal to review that decision. That has happened. The tribunal has said, yes, we do need to have a rehearing on that. And there will be a decision as to the form of the hearing either today or tomorrow. So a date hasn't been chosen, but it was certainly strongly recommended that that hearing proceed based on and include only the written submissions that had previously been submitted in support of the original motion. So I don't have a lot to add. It continues to move forward. And when we get a hearing date, I'll certainly advise the committee at that point as well.
All right, thank you very much. Last item is that there were 7 residential site plan approvals, but no commercial ones. I don't think there's any update on that. So let me read the final resolution of the day. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that the Planning Committee meeting adjourn at 2:22 p.m. and that the next regular Planning Committee will be held on Thursday, November the 13th at 9 a.m. via electronically and in-person hybrid format from the council chambers in beautiful downtown Port Carling, Ontario. All those in favor?